Okay, I'm pretty sure I did mess up the order on how I took the apps live, and so we're gonna have to replay a camera to get TikTok going. But on 5 hours of sleep, we are here and ready to go. Why did I sleep 5 hours? Because I had to. I was legally obligated to stay up until 5 a.m. watching League of Legends World Finals, and I have to say, anybody who's getting roasted today, you are goddamn lucky that the team I was rooting for won. Every roast today could have been your ass next. Your ass next. I need to go cry in a tub. Get the fuck out of my face. But it doesn't have to be that now. It doesn't have to be that now. Because my goat Gumayushi won. Okay. Let's fix this camera situation. There we go. Holy shit, do I need a haircut? Oh my god, I'm gonna freak the fuck out. I'm gonna freak the fuck out, you guys. I can't mentally, I can mentally handle the hairline. I can't mentally handle the hairdo. Hello, Luso. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Fortuna the Tuna, thank you for the 11 months at tier 1. Jarther, thank you for the 16 months at tier 1. And Shoonbot, thank you for that first month at Prime. Welcome to the dog home, my friends. The Korean man did save everybody. The Korean man saved everybody. Gumayushi is a Korean man, Terrence. There's a... If you don't know League of Legends, one of the more exciting things about League of Legends is that League of Legends is currently in the era where we're having... where the GOATs of League of Legends are, like, uncontested. Which is a really crazy thing. Jace's cat, that warms my heart to hear. Thank you for the implicit hating. And Tario, thank you for the 14 months at tier 1. Welcome back to the dog home. What's up, boss? How's your day going? Great. It's going so good, I almost yelled big dog energy into the mic, but I would have imploded on my own fucking self because of cringe. DMC, yes, we can move you to first for sure. Thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Burnt Towel, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Doghouse, my friend. Let me get the... If me roasting somebody depended on my team winning, there would be some deeply unhappy customers out there. The Knicks haven't won shit since the 70s. Let's pour some out for Luso Clemens still rooting for the Knicks. Hello, Burnt. How you doing? Mitch, I'll get you. Don't try to get me to say that shit. Don't rage bait me. But anyway, if you don't follow League of Legends, the final was really exciting because one team is the best team there's ever been. However, they suck ass at every competition but Worlds. At every competition but the World Championships, they do very badly. They almost did not qualify for World Championships. They had to go to a last chance qualifier and almost did not make it. And they were one team in the final. Best team of all time, undisputed GOAT of the entire game is on that team, almost didn't make it to the final. Other team in the final is the second worst team from that region. And both of them had to go on absolutely insane runs to get to the final in the first place. And so the narrative arc of the tournament was very, very satisfying. One player is getting dragged through the fucking mud. Rowan, you've been caught by a clickbait go live message. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Janice Obredo, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. We need to do the manual ad break on Twitch. And after the manual ad break on Twitch, we're going to have to jump into business with DMC's deck. Runin, thank you for the 4 months in a row. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I am a scoundrel, but it did work. But it did work. I will never not be mad that they were developing some actually decent background stuff with their digital card game, only to ditch it for arcanes. That's fair. There's so many people I've met that like loved Legends of Runeterra, and I played it, and I just never. I don't know. It was fine. It was fine. Lunar Wings, I take great umbrage at that. I'm always a scoundrel. I need you to. I need you all to fucking hear me. I am not a bag chaser. I am a clout chaser. You get that shit right. Do I title my videos with bait? Yes. That hook is well seasoned. Did I start a fake beef with Trinket Mage to double dip longforms? Yes, I did. And I turned down 9 out of every 10 ads that is sent my way because the products are dog shit. Who cares if I'm mirrored? Oh no, he's biased to the left instead of the right. A little curve is normal. Be fucking about it. Be fucking about it. I, as chat said, I am a bag earner. I am a bag earner. There is so much. Streamlabs offers me the direct deposit for a shitty predatory mobile game every Tuesday. Every Tuesday. I think Lunar Wings was just being funny, and I just went off on it. DMC, but thank you for the 100 bits regardless. God forbid a white boy catch a vibe. Exactly. Holy shit, Bondalator! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. That is incredibly generous of you, and I appreciate that. Yeah, Lunar's just catching a little vibe themselves. Do you normally go to the barber? I've been cutting my hair for years now, since it started costing $40 every 2 weeks. I do go to the barber. I have a special technique to keep the cost low. So step number 1, I know the guy well. The first appointment we did, I do tip well, but I built a rapport so that I could get it in with him. I know about like his personal life. We talk, we chop it up. It's great. And then the second part of that strategy is I do not get my hair cut until my hair makes me hate myself. That allows me to save a lot of money because instead of having to pay every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, I'm going like 8, 9 weeks until I cannot stand to look in the mirror anymore. And then I go and I hand that money over. Hi, baby. Everyone say hi to my girlfriend right now. Everyone say hi to my girlfriend right now. They're in chat. Yes, I have an electric drink in front of me, but I would prefer to drink a little bit less of that. Graduated dumbass, I'm very glad to hear you studying for a test. I hope that I can give you some dope shit via osmosis. Mr. Baldhound, what do you think about a Fibblethip deck that isn't Cheerios? Sounds very bad, but I'm glad you like that little freak. I'm glad you had a crush on Mike Wazowski. Platonically, I'm sorry, platonically. Zigamod, it's going great. I do already have a list of decks I'm going to be looking at today. I caught you with my clickbait. That's good to hear. That's good to know. That's good to know. Poison, oh my god, Poison Reasoning. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. That is incredibly generous, and I will now forever connect the victories of small Korean men with my own financial enrichment. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. That's now a rule. That's a law of the universe. They click good, Cha-ching. Thank you so much, Poison Reasoning. Welcome back to the Dog Heaven. Also got clickbaited, but that's on me for inflicting my Deadpool nonsense on you. Absolutely it is. So Felipe, and then I will make this announcement once. I will do my best to make this announcement in between each roast. You cannot get your deck reviewed via Patreon. There are 3 ways to get your deck reviewed. The first way is to purchase a commission at the beginning of every month on Ko-Fi. That is ko-fi.com/maldhound. It is a commission. You cannot just donate. It is limited stock. It sells out in a couple hours. If you don't make it there, the next way is we do a free roast stream every month, typically the first weekend of every month. We do raffles. You don't have to pay money. You don't have to be subscribed. You just have to be in chat. The third way, if you have much more money than you do patience, and I appreciate you the most, you may pay me $500 US, and I will drop what I am doing and roast your deck that minute. This offer does not apply if I am on a joint stream. You can pay to interrupt my time. You cannot pay to have me fuck over the people I'm collaborating with. There is also the opportunity to pay $694.20 to have my girlfriend Z main character co-roast your deck with me. I'm weirdly hyped for Earthbending. Banned. No. You're fucking up my chi, Lunar Wings. Fucking up my chi talking about Earthbending. Don't do that. You know how that makes me get. What if I also pay the other streamer $500? Naraki, that is an excellent question. I am taking their fucking money too. All of it. I am not a bag chaser, but I am a thief. I am a bag appropriator. As is the nature of my lineage. What if we regularly commit goonery with the roaster? Beard Princess, hello, bestie. I'm gonna do some rude shit to you. I just want you to know that. I had some thoughts in my head that I can't leak at this time. Can't leak at this time. I got schematics. Ike Fabon, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. What's your opinion on meteorites? They're just fucking rocks, man. I will say, this was my Brawl pet card for the longest time. For the longest time, every Brawl deck I ran had this card in it. When I was new, and I was like, ramp is good, damage is good, and it's so funny to just throw a rock at a motherfucker. It's so funny to throw a rock at somebody. Because it's mattered every time. Has it come down many turns too late? Yes. Has it not mattered enough to win me the entire game? Also yes. But every single time I have cast this fucking spell, it has killed something useful. Malik, thank you for sharing your 5-stream streak. Okay. I think we're about ready to go. We're going to be light on vamping today because we have an extra person to roast. We have to get Naraki's free one done today as well. Okay, is there any news we missed? I don't think so. Why does my jaw already hurt? Hold on, hold, it's coming, it's happening, I'm feeling it. People just keep beefing in the comments of that post of mine that popped. The algorithm's a fan. That's fucking awesome, Starry. I'm very happy to hear that. When you can get when people argue in your comment sections, those videos are always like guaranteed bangers. Boss, in honor of you, my last 2 builds of the year are non-green. That's very excellent to hear. You just keep working the steps, Meow Mix, okay? What'd you build? Had someone drop the N-bomb? It's crazy over on IG. Yeah, I still can't get myself to post on Instagram. I can't bring myself to care about that platform. I can't do it. Boss, in honor of you, I will cook entirely mono green for the month of December so I can get my house blown up. I hope you have dental. I hope you have dental. It's just a platform I use the most for my own random scrolling. I think my lack of cultivation of Instagram feed is part of why I'm immune to it, because I will have on Instagram those like out of body moments where you're like, what am I doing? The TikTok feed, it knows me. It shows me nibs. It knows what I want. I don't scroll on YouTube because all I do is post there. Instagram though, I've used it so little that I'll see a video that looks funny, I'll watch it, I'll scroll down one, and scrolling down one video will give me a clip from a sitcom with an obviously AI generated paragraph caption explaining what happened in the sitcom. I'm productive after that. That happens to me, I'm good. I'm going for a run. I'm in goddess pose, 3, 4, 5 hours. Intario, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. I was playing my Ashling deck last night and Clone Legion to Joda player's board. Was that really fun when your board was still worse? Oh no, you get the banner. Never mind. That must have been awesome. Hell yes. What other old, bad, but fun cards would you want as a theoretical token? Meteorite from Roxanne, Tarmogoyf token, etc., etc. I'm not sure because I haven't played long enough to have a lot of old, bad, but fun cards in my repertoire. Like, my old cards are from 2022. Before my time is early 2022. Y'shtola deck. Upgrade to artifacts or control. I would recommend a push-pull leg split. You're probably going to want to do it in the afternoons because that's when your innate testosterone's higher. Best of luck. Rada, you do not have to move to Twitch. There is basically no way that you're going to be able to get on today's list unless you want to pay $500 immediately. How soon before the stream do custom cards go up on Ko-Fi? It sounds, Meowsy, like you need to be in the Discord watching the stream announcements channel, which will give you all of that information for free. Okay. DMC, you ready to go? How you feeling? How you feeling? You ready to go? You feel good? 100 $500 donations later, you'll be sorry. I know I will fun. I know I will fun. Alright, let's see what the fuck you made. This is silly, comma, spooky. Ah, primer on Moxfield. Okay. I was looking for the primer. Izoni's got the munchies. Karlob was underwhelming, but I felt interested in collect evidence. Seeing it on Golgari interested me, being encouraged to get rid of stuff permanently rather than doing the graveyard loops Golgari normally does, and after seeing a Zoni, the idea of using food to make value made me laugh, so I built cards good with food. I stumbled into an infinite combo because I have no impulse control, which was made into a deterministic win by adding another card. With the bracket system, this fucked me rightfully. So I shelved Peregrine Took, tried to make it a 2, and still put a fucking infinite combo in because of the aforementioned lack of impulse control. Let's look. 3 card drop! And one of them's a land. One of them's the automatic one the green players get. Okay, 3 pieces of card draw. One of them is Savvy Hunter. I don't think this is card draw. Sacrifice 2 foods. This is a cannoli scheme. You fucking liar. Card. Okay, dessert. Excellent. A good card has snuck its way in here alongside a fucking anchor. Jesus. That's fine. We have 1 good card. We have 2 good cards. 3 good cards even. I'm feeling nice. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. We can make a lot of food. You forgot the fucking goose. Whatever. Not a good card, but I get it. Oh my god. 5-course meal deck, and we threw it all the way. We threw it all away to be a what? A goddamn aristocrat player again? Come on. Wait, pause. You gotta tag this section crop dusting. We can save it. You gotta tag this section crop dusting, Dutch oven. You gotta make a fart joke. Make a fart joke. Food deck, I can see it. I can allow it. I can see it. I can feel it. I swear before God, DMC. If this is not retagged as a fart joke, I'm going to contact people at Moxfield. I'm going to run this up the chain. Because your opening stream making me so goddamn mad. Anyway, let's move on. Miscellaneous token makers. No! Miscellaneous? Miscellaneous? Here's my relief picture. Shohei Ohtani. Oh yeah, you want to do some 2v2s at the YMCA? I'll get my friend LeBron. You may have heard of him. He's just kicking around. He was good in college. Miscellaneous. Miscellaneous. I don't want to do the normal Golgari thing, you know. I don't want to do the whole, pull out of the graveyard, put it in the graveyard, pull out of the graveyard. But I will kill you with vines. What is this, a salad reference? That's it? That's all you fucking got? Edible garnish? I swear, I thought better of you. I thought better. I was wrong, obviously. I was wrong, obviously. More food uses. Technically true. Extremely technically true. Lady Lockwood, thank you for the 5 months at tier 1. Welcome to the dog home. Okay. Part of Infinite Jail, a 10th of your deck. Sister. Sister, what is a 10th of the deck is in Infinite Jail? At some point we gotta start profiling. Okay. That's alright, that's reasonable. You're gonna need more than this to keep me from you. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Half a cultivate, but I get a donut. Removal's good. Okay. Spider time! Okay, so let's look at what a card does. When this enters and attacks, you can collect evidence 4, which is you exile stuff with mana value 4 greater, total mana value 4 greater from the graveyard. If you do, you get 2 spiders. You can sack 4 tokens to surveil 2, then draw 2. That's not great, but that's not nothing. That gets on base. We can moneyball that. What I dislike about having the infinite jail be possible, right, 6 mana for that, it is terrible. What I dislike about having the infinite jail be possible with this is we're already ignoring half the text box. I've done that, but I've done that with Vivi, where half the text box is still more powerful than the average commander from 2005. You are ignoring half the text box on a commander that the design team already ignored. And so I worry about our ability for this to be a deck where the gimmick of Izoni goes snacky is relevant to the lived experience of playing the deck. That's my greatest fear. Not that the deck won't function, period. You say the infinite only goes off if Yeager's on the table. I happen to think that maybe only the deck goes off if Yeager's on the table. I think the most deleterious thing to this is if you want this to be a gimmick that the table can appreciate versus a gimmick that only you can appreciate. If it is an internal gimmick, that's fine. You're allowed to be delusional. I can't police that. I don't have the time. I do have the energy and the willpower, but I don't have the time. But we're not using her to make spiders. I don't even think we can use her to draw cards because when I was looking at it, it really seemed like we need the foods to do all of this shit. So if I spend 4 of my foods, I'm not about to sacrifice 28 power worth of dinosaur to fucking dire sight. We have some repeatable food makers. We gotta sack a creature. We're only doing it once. We're only doing it once. Well, I guess twice, technically. This one we can do over and over. We can't do this one over and over. Can't do it over and over, but we do make a lot. I will put respect on that. So Rapacious Guest is pretty good at it. On any combat damage, it's decent. Okay, obviously the landfall obviously the dumb landfall asshole's good at it. Obviously. My fault. But I think we are overstating our ability to make enough foods to feed into Izoni and have it feel like Izoni's actually here. Rather than just, to me, Izoni feels like the Subway Surfer clip that is playing in the top 20% of the screen on a TikTok video where they have obviously stolen footage from a movie. And that's always my biggest worry with bracket 2. Because if we're playing low power, I think the point is typically to do weaker shit for the purposes of a gimmick being able to take up more space. And I think Izoni's got the munchies is a very funny sentence. I'm not confident that it can translate to a deck that feels like Izoni's doing anything. So this hand, you get 1 land. Who cares? Non-starter. 2 lands. A food generation that I can't target with. And a bunch of unplayable stuff. This was our 3rd mulligan. We should technically have to bottom 1. I think we're okay to do that. Dryland. As is the right of every commander player, you get to stay on top. We will reveal a forest from my hand. And I will Twitching Doll. Braids. Tapping Twitching Doll to get a nest counter on. Because I am a maniac, I sacrifice this forest, and I will definitely draw 3 cards. Thank you all very kindly. Now I will go Nature's Lore. Sure, pretend this is a dual land that I could fetch with Nature's Lore, who cares? Then I get Pippin. Another nest counter goes on. I don't think Mary's in this deck. We can't tap it yet. Land. I can now play my commander. Now, I do want us to pay attention to the setup that we are in right now. I have a mass recursion spell. Nothing to recur. I have Hazel's Brewmaster. So this is a good food generator. This is probably the best thing I could be playing around. I have Disciple of Freyalise and a bunch of creatures that are fucking useless. I could spend 6 mana to draw 3. The blue players will laugh me out of the room. Or I could Midgar City of Mako. I think that has potential with the foods that we have. But we're 5 turns into this game, and we've done mostly aristocrat setup. And playing a Zoni is pretty fucking useless. So I think from this position, I would Hazel's Brewmaster. I would exile something from somebody else's graveyard, and I would get a food. I'll tap this guy to get an extra food. On my end step, I will sack a food. I'm going to presume nobody has artifacts to sack, or artifacts they want to sack. So Braids is going to help run away with the game here. On the next turn, Pippin goes into the kitchen. Now we can play Rapacious Guest. I'm unconvinced that my 3/3 or my 3/4 is going to be doing a lot of damage in this situation. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's a little unlikely. And we will definitely use Twitching Doll to keep getting nest counters. And then we'll put this on an adventure. So in a move that would be put up on the big screen as the moment it all went wrong, I will do this. I will swing Hazel's Brewmaster. I will get a food. And then I will needlessly blow removal on something to get a swing and get a food. Such that next turn when I play my commander, I will have 4 evidence to fucking collect to make 2 2/1s. We go land, Izoni. And I sack a food. I exile these 2 things. I've collected literally all of the evidence available to me. I now have 2 spiders. I think Rapacious Guest is up to like 2 counters because I think she was out when we did the forage removal and then out when we did the braid sack. So she's a 4/4. Amazing. The dinosaur player is not going to know what's happening to them. I also want to point out this is the playtest on I draw 4 cards a turn. This is not, we did not get it out of the mud. We have a zombie trust fund. We are the Stranger Things villain. So I can make a food. I can sack 4 foods to make a big rapacious guest. That's not nothing. I can sack 4 foods. It's dire sight time. Surveil 2. Wow, these are bad, actually. These are bad cards, I'm learning. I'm gonna put these both in the grave just to have more evidence to collect. And then I'll discard probably not spider food. You are a fucking maniac. I think I discard Inspiring Statuary because I have a million things already. Holy fuck, not many partings. Get both of these the fuck out of my face. Destroy all creatures. Oh. So this enters I'll play this. I'll play this. So I can defend myself. I can swing a Zoni. And I just get rid of Deadly Cover Up to get 2 more spiders. And what maybe this won't disappoint you because maybe I'm misunderstanding how important Izoni is to this bit, but it seems to me the best thing I could do is to create some type of Spiders George reference for Rapacious Guest and sack my spiders to Izoni. Oh no, it has to be a food. It's not sack a token. Oh. Oh, okay. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. I always hate coming down. Why not? Because I want to have something on board that matters. That's why we don't Disciple of Fraelis, the Rapacious Guest. I think Iris Faye has the intent. This is the verdict I hate the most. But it is a verdict that I cannot conceive of why the commander matters. And that's always the that's always the worst situation to be in because the commander is doing stone cold nothing for this deck. I think there's an outside shot that your commander is a free sack outlet for foods, which is not really hard to come by. Can everybody leave our lone source of damage alone? Everybody's talking about jumping through hoops to get a 2/2 back. I would like the 8/8. As a reasonable man who has been exposed to people that care about combat damage, I would like the 8/8. And this also seems like a really a quite blessed hand. Well, Voice, that's not the fair comparison. We don't want to be going, oh, well, your deck would be better if it was Chatterfang. That's not the point of bracket 2. The point of bracket 2 is not how do I pick the best commander for my strategy. The point of bracket 2 is like, let's have a dumb idea. How do I do the best that I can with this dumb idea? And what I'm worried about is the ceiling of this dumb idea is subterranean. Or not even subterranean, but the things that make the gimmick work don't let Izoni seem cool. And that's what makes me sad. Like, the things that seem cool right now, sacrificing foods to braids seems pretty cool. Stockpiling food for a donut hoof effect seems pretty cool. Rapacious Guest even seems a little bit cool. This bitch is not the center of the web. She froze to death on the second night and fell the fuck off, and then a little child saw her and screamed very loudly. And I'm not sure if we can fix that while still going for this gimmick, because when you want to have a like weak commander pilot an archetype that has gotten support, she has to be able to punch with the archetype. And Izoni cannot punch with this archetype. If we were talking about a food deck prior to the advent of Lord of the Rings, I would believe in, okay, this is bracket 1, it's dumb as fuck, it's a joke about Izoni being high in the middle of the night and raiding the pantry. We don't need inspiration, Soul, because the problem is not that we don't have good cards, the problem is that the cards that are good are so much better than our commander as to detract from the artistic cohesion of the deck. It's not that we need... It's not that we need the commander to be better, or that we need the cards supporting the commander to be better. It's that the commander is so much worse than what our 99 is doing that I think the Izoni's got the munchies falls flat for me, because it feels like Izoni's just there. And that's typically when I turn the furnace on. When I have a commander deck and I'm like, this motherfucker got the SAG daily minimum and is hanging out in the back. Because the deck works. The 99 of this deck does work. You can get... It works a little bit. Okay, this is basic land to hand. Wow, that's bad. Wow. And then this is probably going to be the one where the deck looks the most not anything, because it's not Izoni's hungry. It is Yigra is hungry and woke up Izoni and is having Izoni feed Yigra in the middle of the night. Hey, look at that food. Deck's crazy. Look at that. Deck's crazy. Oh, I know you're dumbass that you put Westvale fucking Abbey in here. Elk, thank you very much for the raid. We're currently looking at an Izoni deck that should not be. Deck might benefit from Saw in half. Unlikely, but I'll consider it. Warad, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the Doghouse. We go Westvale Abbey. We go Yigra. Now at this point, We go like Midgard. We sack this. We get 2 counters on the big cat. We get a 1/1 rat as well. We do nothing else. We do fucking nothing else. We pass the turn like bitches. Even more just overhand swings of how little the commander matters. Oh, Jesus. Dill Bob, Arrow Zero, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to Doghouse. Okay, we can make 2 foods or ramp. And like genuinely at this point, we're playing Izoni. If we could. Oh, we can actually, yeah. At this point, we are playing Izoni to have a free sack outlet. Like, we play Izoni. We cannot collect evidence 4 again. But because this guy's a food, we can turn all 4 of these guys into a 16/16 big cat, and then surveil 2, draw 2. I'm okay to draw these. I'll get rid of Guillaume. This guy's fucking worthless. Oh my god, she doesn't even sack food. We can't even do that. Okay. I think, unfortunately, final opinion is this idea is an ad lib that does not deserve to be a deck list. I think there's a bunch of tricks you could do to try to make the food angle even better. There's obviously infinite combos you already know about. We could do the thing of like, oh, let's swap out all the lower power food cards for card draw or card selection or higher power food cards. But I think at the end of the day, our inability to trigger a Zoni and the unimportance of a Zoni's activated ability being used are forever going to hold this deck back from being a meaningful gimmick. If the story you want to tell yourself about this deck is that Izoni's doing stuff, peace and love. The main story of this deck is Yigra jumping on Izoni's chest at 3 a.m. to wake them up for kibble. And if we cut all the good food cards, you might be able to bring this down to bracket 1 to pull this pun off. But I think you are forever going to be trapped in the world where Izoni just cannot pull her weight with any of these other cards. No matter how much we love her. I am putting you down in YouTube short jail, DMC. It pains me to do so because I know you're a good deck builder. I am not trying to make a food deck, LMAO. I personally beg to fucking differ. If we would like to check the tape. Non-token payoffs for food. Food-based combat enhancements. Food making! Game enders based on food tokens! And then I got 10 other miscellaneous token makers. I mean, yeah, there's more card draw, but I like... I don't think anything in considering I don't think anything in considering matters because the cards you've picked isn't wrong. The premise just does not work. Or more specifically, the premise does not work for Izoni to feel important. All the stuff in the considering section can be, can be lateraled in. I think many of your non-repeatable food things could be changed out for more ramp to get the deck going faster. Like the most important thing this deck can do is resolve Yigra and a way to make a food every turn. Replacing everything that's not that with ramp or card draw would be a positive move for this deck. Yeah, this isn't gonna do anything. I mean, that Graph Widow ability might be able to make people care a little bit more about having a wide board, but at that point, we're just looking at like a token doubler. At that point, we're just looking at going like brain off green. I ramp into token doublers. I play my commander, and then I try to make like 8 spiders at once. But yeah, I don't think you fucked up the ingredients. I think we had an idea for a recipe when we were very high. And we should have looked at what we written down and been like, "Oh my god, Cheetos and jam? Maybe that is not the insane combination I thought it was." Cuz we have a commander where all she can do is be a outlet for having a lot of food. But all of our other things that are worth a goddamn in the deck want to be an outlet for having a lot of food, and we don't make enough food to both feed the commander and feed all this other stuff. And then because of that, all the stuff that isn't the commander ends up taking more precedence because all of these other outlets are so much more powerful. Are so much more powerful than anything Izoni can do. And so I think this does just have to be... It's a perfectly serviceable deck to play if you don't care about the narrative arc of this, but if you need the narrative arc of this deck to work, I don't think it does, and I think it has to be put into the incinerator. And I'm sorry to say so, but sometimes we cook too close to the sun. Eric Lucas, thank you for the $5 super chat. Is it possible to go crazy with the Locust God as a commander? Yes, do anything. Ramp, and draw cards. Yeah, and a Izoni specific food deck is a very distinct vibe. Like an Izoni food deck would be much different from a Yigra food deck, would be much different from a Chatterfang food deck. And I think that vibe is just fucking rancid. I think that vibe just sucks, unfortunately. It's like you rocked up to the party and you were like, "Let me on the aux. I got a crazy idea. I did a bunch of EDM remixes of late 2000s Republican speeches." And sometimes that shit don't work. So DMC, thank you very much for the submission. I'm sorry that this is the result we have ended on, but we're going to go to the manual ad break, and then we are going to move on to Shaper, if you are here. If Shaper is not here, it will be Jarther. Hey Mauld, I was curious, who do you think is the best commander for each avatar bending style? The answer I came up with after Discord debate were Kellen the Kid, Electro, N-Word Kenway, and Hearthhole. You sound insane. Dirty, thank you for the 1 year at tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. My name got stolen, gosh. Yes, I do review decks on Architect. Holy whoa! This is so funny, actually. This is hilarious. This is truly, I think, one of the best immediate top 3 in my entire streaming career. So let's get into this. Carnival Asylum. Thank you for the $400 super chat on YouTube. That's incredibly generous of you. I appreciate that very much. It means a lot that you would spend your hard-earned money on me like that. Now let's get into the message, which is, can you review my Fat Dragon Themberchaud deck? It's named Biggie. And I don't know if you knew about this, but unfortunately for you, Carnival Asylum, there is a price for getting your deck roasted instantly. And you are currently $100 short of that number. So I am sorry to say, no the fuck I cannot, Carnival. If you do not have the 500, I will absolutely refund the 400. Because I do not want you to be out your incredibly generous donation for nothing. Carnival Asylum, thank you for the $100. We're going to a split-second deck roast. I'm using the bathroom. We'll be right back. Carnival, thank you very, very kindly. Please drop a link to your Themberchaud deck in YouTube chat, Discord chat, or our Discord. I'm going to update the slideshow for the Mango Money moment. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you very much. God damn. And now for anybody watching, said, damn, this shit too expensive. Only gotta work once. Only gotta fucking work once. I'm gonna spit, dude. That's so generous. We got the Themberchaud Dragon Horde, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do Carnival Asylum's deck. Thank you very, very much. Okay. Let's fucking see it. Slappy Mac. Thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Yeah, Spanish. Keep it tighter, dog. I'm being rude as hell for no goddamn reason. Can't believe we just watched a Zoni get cucked by a chonky dragon. No, we watched whatever Shaper submitted get cucked by a dragon. Is
What?
Izoni was done. Izoni was done.
Okay.
Thank you, baby. And then Carnival. I still need the deck list. YouTube may be preventing you from posting links. If that is the case, either post it to Twitch chat or post it in the Discord. If you need an invite to the Discord, I am copy pasting that right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Enjoy.
Thank you. I'm not a girl kisser, Bondolado. They're non-binary, you bigoted son of a bitch. Get banned. Get banned, idiot. Call me a girl kisser. What's up? I'm a meat kisser. Of many kinds, varieties. I contain multitudes. Okay. Okay, I posted it in Discord. Great. I've found it. To put this bluntly, this deck is a powder keg, and once it goes off, either two things happen. You're the only one left, or nobody is left. If you're wondering what the min-max damage this deck can do, I've saved you all the trouble because it is 25,078,160,495,080 and 55 cheeseburgers of damage. Way overkill, but dang, I love numbers. You spent $900 on this deck. How much could have been saved with a TI-80? You love numbers. I want to show you a actually crazy tech for you, Carnival. Hold on. Crazy tech for you, actually. You just pick a number, right? They'll just keep doing it. This shit is free 99. They'll just keep that shit going. They'll get letters involved at some point. Hold on. It'll get notated scientific. There it is. Ooh, E to the 16? Oh, thank you, baby. Alright, let's see what in the Rube Goldberg is happening here. So, Thembershot, on ETB, we're hitting people for the number of mountains we control. And then you can give him flying one time, which does not matter. Alright, so we have... Oh, we went the Flicker route. Wrong. Wrong. Alright, so we have Flicker, we have Panharmonicon, we have Ruby Medallion for some goddamn reason, we have Navigation Orb. Alright, we have some land to field tutors, that makes sense. We have the Stigma Balls combo for some reason. Talking to me on 25 trillion damage! By the way, watch out for life gain. By the way. Can't have this life gain shit happening. Soulscar Mage. Who? Okay. We're suturing for basic lands. We're back on the game plan. Danny, thank you for the prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. Solemn Simulacrum, Dragon Speaker, Shaman. I did what? Ah! Why are we getting a discount on the man who wants you to tap 40 lands? We got 37 in the deck. Got to get rid of those pesky indestructible creatures. You know they get exiled when you kill a man, yes? Oh, the potential we are leaving on this bench. He costs as much. He costs as much. He costs as much. All right, whatever. Brash Taunter Stuffy Doll makes sense. You're doing dumb shit. They're going to be coming after you. You do need to stop that. All right, Spawn of Thraxes is Themberchaud Light. That makes sense. I would say that I hope you did not spend $60 on this card, but you spent $500 on this one, so okay. Repercussion makes sense. Blasphemous Act. Yeah, you can't get the Themberchaud thing to happen, so you can do it at home. More removal than I've ever seen somebody of your ilk do. Turn those dragons into lizards. We're doing so much shit that is not blowing people into the sky. Okay. So we have Thespian Stage. We have Myriad Landscape, which makes sense to me. Some Land Tutors, which makes sense to me. At this point, I'm being rage baited. Then we have some tutors. We have some damage doublers. Okay. I think you've made some devastating mistakes, but we will go through the playtest and we will see how we assemble these 25 million Balatro damages. Turn 1, I do nothing. Turn 2, I do nothing, like a Chad. Turn 3, I do nothing, but I put my ball on the table. Turn 4, I ramp. Turn 5, I board wipe, because it's looking a little bit scary as I've done nothing for 5 turns. Turn 6, I will lay down Panharmonicon and Repercussion. Oh, that's sad. I think regrettably we might just win the game. Like fuck this whole Chad Dragon strategy. I just have the 1/2 buckle your shoe in my deck. Oh. All right, so I'm trying to think of now, Carnival, I'm gonna be real with you. You've got something here. That something is diagnosable, but you've got something here. And I need to know if you want improvements, because I won't lie to you. I think your dragon has gout, and I do think he could benefit from surgery. I think you're fucking around a little bit, and it will cause you to find out, but it depends on how badly you want to win versus how badly you want Themberchaud to kill everything. Like, is the spiritual victory, you have the biggest damage number on board and then it's a draw because everybody has died, or do you actually want to be winning the game? Because those are two very different things for an effect that damages every player equally. Is there Solfim in the deck? I think there might be. That's not really what I'm going on. We probably have some level of doubler. It would be crazy if we didn't. I mean, it does seem that we have elected to avoid asymmetrical damage doublers. We certainly have access to them, and we picked the 4 that make sure that we take double damage too. So I think we're going for I want the damage number to be as high as possible. Right, Time Kit, you understand what I'm talking about. I think the thing we're not doing enough of is trying to commit to just like we need a lot of ramp. We need to get a lot of these fucking lands onto the board to get a big number to then double. And so if we're gonna do that, there are things like Peter Parker's camera, Macy that's already in the deck. You're late to the train race, Macy. We don't need Blood Moon. If anything, we need to pay less attention to what other people are doing. Like, this Stigma Lasher is crazy. I don't know who hurt you, but you gotta get over that shit. Respectfully. Respectfully, whatever happened here, it was in 4th grade. The min-max damage is when everything is on board. That makes sense. You get a ton of targets. But I still think it is... Do you... Also, thank you for the Twitch follow. Do we care the most about the bomb being as big as possible, or do we care the most about the bomb being as big as possible and you winning? Because right now we don't have any it doesn't look like you care very much about winning. Respectfully. But I think there's a lot of stuff in this deck that doesn't appear to care about winning, and also doesn't appear to care very much about the damage number being as high as possible. Gerald, absolutely the fuck not. There is no amount of channel points you can spend for a deck review. We're already doing the free roast every month, you greedy son of a bitch. I will get you. Yeah, Time. We're going there. Don't worry. Don't worry. Tomorrow we bear hug a powder keg, and who lives was by accident. Okay, so what I'm gonna wholeheartedly recommend, is you want trigger doublers like this, not even necessarily for your commander. If they're down when your commander comes down, tremendous. What you want trigger doublers for is for things like Navigation Orb. The playtest we just saw is a lot of the first 80% of the Hobbit movie from the dragon's perspective. Shit ain't happening. Shit is not occurring. We got one land expedition map and a card you spent $60 on because you thought the art would look sick on a van. We gotta do better. Sad Robot's in the deck and he might get fucking cut. I'll be so real with you. 4 mana for that effect is terrible. We don't need World Map or Urza's Cave. We don't need to be trading lands for other lands. We need things that are going to rip more lands out of the deck quick style. And so this is one, hello Dim Light Bulb, welcome to the stream. This is one I'm genuinely thinking of for a type of like diet go-go trick. What I mean by diet go-go trick is you take, oh shit. You take Peregrine Dynamo. You take Myriad Landscape, you go nuts. You're already doing Myriad Landscape, which is good. But I think the point of acceleration that is missing for me on this Evel Knievel ramp Peregrine doesn't work on Myriad Landscape. Oh, it's only legendary. Okay, so we can't use him. But Peter Parker's camera is still in. Strionic Resonator might be too expensive. If we go with lots of rituals, we can use stuff like Urza's world map to grab more lands. I don't know if that matters, though. Like, we don't care about trading one land for one land. Oh, and Resonator's just triggered. Okay. Lithoform is definitely going to be too fucking slow. Rings of Bright Hearth is also really goddamn slow. Well, Cage Sun doesn't matter because we don't care about doubling mana later. Doubling mana later is entirely ineffectual to what this deck cares about. What this deck cares about is how quickly can I have vast tracts of land. We want the state of Arizona on this board as quickly as possible. And I think the way we get the state of Arizona out is by finding a way to double the stuff that's like Navigation Orb or doubling the trigger on Bitterthorn. Molten Man if it's not in the deck. I mean, that's fine. Cursed Mirrors to copy the commander. Yeah, I figured. I mean, you have a lot of stuff in here that looks like it's meant to give you a second ETB for Themberchad, and I think what I would recommend you change about the deck is it seems like we have a ton of different ways to get like 2 Themberchads. And the Balatro run happens if we assemble like 4 or 5 of them at once. And I would support you moving this towards my build-up is going to be much more responsible. I'm going to be much more reliably getting a bunch of lands onto field. And then I'm going to have more things that are just by itself 8 diabetic dragons. 8 diabetic dragons, go fuck yourself. Yeah, Suitor, I was thinking about that. It's a little bit slow because we can't play it. We can't play it ahead of our commander. Thank you, Kashmira. Thank you for coming to the stream. Have a good one. But if we had Ortheon, let's see. This is... We play Themberchad. We play Ortheon. We wait another turn. And then we tap this guy. That seems like too slow. That seems too much. I genuinely don't believe in Walking Atlas, UFO, Terrain Generator as much for this type of deck because we're in mono red, which is going to limit our card draw. We're limiting our card draw to really just wheels. Like, we could do things like count on luck to try to get extra cards off the top every turn. And even though I believe these are already in the deck, like, I don't think they're unplayable. I'm just not hyper confident in them. I don't feel like we get caught with a lot of lands in hand all the time. I do have a Wheel of Fortune I could slap in. I, in fact, was not advocating for greater financial mismanagement of this deck, Carnival. I know, it's strange. But that is not, in fact, what I was recommending you do. Okay. I like Scrapbot. I like Scrap Bot mainly because it has an ETB effect, which means it is going to somewhat synergize with this like flicker shit with Panharmonicon, with Conjurer's Closet. Okay, so let's clean this up into stuff that I think is no good and bad. I think Ruby Medallion is no good and bad. I think Soulscar Mage and Soulscar Mage, Stigma Lasher, Auntie Blight, no good and bad. I think Dragon Speaker Shaman, no good and bad. I think Gravity Sphere is fucking no good and bad unless you have a bird player in your deck. Naraki, what the fuck are you talking about? I've been talking for 20 minutes about yanking lands out of this deck. Trigger doubling the ramp things are avenues to do that. Urza's Cave is not. Anyway, Gravity Sphere is not. Skullcrack is necessary. Thrill of Possibility is... Maybe that could become a Wheel of Fortune. It is slow. This is a slow strategy. But fuck, like... What the fuck is fast about this? Is there any world where we include litho breaking to tell the elf player to go fuck themselves? There might be. Okay. There might be a thing to do with... I think every plan... If we had 3 more sets of Edge of Eternities, we could do some incredibly dumbass plot with we could do some incredibly dumbass plot with lander tokens. Unfortunately, we have so few ways to make lander tokens in red, and they're all quite bad. This is a 3 mana way to make 1 artifact that we spend 2 mana on to ramp. Like, we could run Terrapact Intimidator, and they just pick the 2+1/+1 counters. Do you play the guy from Final Fantasy that gets you an additional land per turn? He bounces a land, but you're still up 1 per turn in the end. I don't think getting up 1 per turn is what the deck needs, though. Like, what we need is for Wizards to have printed like 18 more cards that do the navigation orb thing, or for Wizards to have printed like navigation orb and burnished heart are our 2 most precious gentlemen. I think what I disagree with most is the cost reduction. Yeah, tutoring lands is dog shit for you. So I'm trying to think of a way to get around that. I'm trying to think if we like... Hold on. Let's cook with galaxy gas for a moment. Let's see if there's any way to soup this up. So there's Explorer's Scope, Mobile Homestead, and Raider's Carve. We got 18 creatures in this bitch. I'm not a believer. I'm not a believer in them. But like I believe in, I would prefer to do mobile homestead things than I would do dragon speaker shaman thing. Like getting Themberchaud down with 4 or 5 lands in play. Oh, that doesn't make me feel good. That makes me feel very depressed. The Regalia is better than Homestead, but it's also more expensive. Like, we brought these cards in. If we were doing this, we would probably play all of them, and it would probably mandate swapping the deck around a little bit. Let's just go fully into surgery to see, because this is such a... This list is smoking so much crack that I doubt we can solve it in the Mind Palace. We're not trying to tune a Formula 1 car right now. We're trying to strap a rocket to the back of the Cabbage Man's wagon. Okay, who doesn't fucking matter? Ugin doesn't fucking matter. Ugin is coward behavior. Star of Extinction low-key matters. This is insane. That is an insane card I just saw. Fervent Mastery makes no goddamn sense. I'm killing Gravity Sphere. I am killing this weird life gain hate you have in a deck that seeks to deal 25 million damage. We kill that guy. I'm gonna sideboard Auntie Blight for now. I understand why we're doing Auntie Blight. Actually, no, I don't, because if we play Auntie Blight, if Auntie Blight's on the field and Themberchaud's on the field, Auntie Blight dies. Because I think she's killed by the damage before the trigger to put counters on her from damaging yourself. Oh no! Oh, it's without flying. I thought he just shot everybody. Never mind. Okay, we're back on Auntie Blight. We have room for her. So if we did Peter Parker's camera... See, Voice of Madness, that's the thing. We don't have a mana issue. Like, let me get this through to you guys. We don't have a mana issue. We don't have a damage issue. What we have is a mountains on field issue. We have a mountains on field issue, and then after that, we have an ability to make as many copies of Themberchaud in one turn as possible issue. Those are the only two things that pump this deck up more. We don't have to make more mana. We can get to 7 mana really quickly, but Themberchaud doesn't do anything if we get to 7 mana without a lot of mountains on board. So I am less attracted to the typical mono red mana tricks, and I don't care about dealing damage other ways. If we wanted to build a deck that could deal damage other ways, we would not have the Diabetes Dragon as our commander. What we care about is Themberchaud's trigger hitting as hard as possible. PDX, I like how much crack you're smoking. I don't think there's a way to get... I don't think we can flood the board with non-basics, though. God, we can fucking try this, but what I don't like about all this stuff is it's like 4 mana, like 4 mana to start souping things up. That's tough. That's tough. That doesn't necessarily lead us in a better spot than we came from. Thawing glaciers. Wow, that's awful. Wow, that is terrible. Hell yeah, it's going in the deck. Wow, that is terminal dog shits. Okay, so I want to try Mobile Homestead, the Regalia, Surveyor's Scope. Surveyor's Scope is going to be a weird one because this is potentially very, very good catch-up ramp. But because people have to control more than 2 more lands than you do, if your deck has been going right at all, Surveyor's Scope probably triggers for nothing. And so this might just go right back out. Land to hand can kind of work. It just doesn't work that well. Because if we're land dropping to the Themberchaud plan, then we're right back in. We're in Slowsville. The ADD is getting us. The Adderall is wearing off. We're gonna start like cleaning our room instead of playing these turns. We don't have Sword of the Animist because we have like no fucking creatures on the deck. That is an entirely separate problem that we may have to confront as well. I do not have a Sword of the Animist, and I also do not have a motherfucker that can hold Sword of the Animist. Warad, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. Welcome to the dog home. Screaming Nemesis Pal. Owl, can you explain this odd obsession? Why are you... I don't know why I googled your name. The game plan of this deck is to input a Balatro level of damage into somebody. Why do I give a fuck about life gain? I have turned them to glass! Yeah, Nemesis hit them, Dingus. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for the input. I appreciate that. God bless. Night Sea, thank you for the 24 months at tier 1. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. I believe in this one. I think this is exactly the type of stupid idiocy we need. Yeah, Bitterthorn makes its own guy, which is good. This is good. Carnival, I presume you like gambling if you've spent this much money on a Magic deck. No, Mod, I don't think we can do... I don't think we want... Do we want to do, like, weird 2-card combos? We want, like, reliable paths. I think we want, like, reliable paths towards maybe 1 extra land a turn. Like, that's... Dude, fuck it. 4 mana creature, but land into play? That's what I'm fucking talking about. ETB I can copy? That's what I'm talking about. Man, fuck a braid. I'm not interacting. I'm not interacting. I'm building a bomb. Do we get any of our new cards? No, game hates us. Okay, we have a shitty counter. We have shitty interaction in our hand. That's it. We have shitty interaction. Let's see if we draw into something that matters. No, absolutely not. Okay, myriad landscape moment. God, imagine. Imagine if any of this meant anything. Excellent, we explode. Okay. This is something. Soul Ring Signet, watch out. Watch out, watch out, watch out. I go Abstruse Archaic. This guy enters. I tap Abstruse Archaic to copy this ability. I get 2 mountains. Pog. Everybody, please pog, or I'm gonna fucking weep. And you die? Yeah, alright, but shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up about how this is going. Thank you, mythologist, with the holy shit. Alright, we get... Our entire evil plan has come together. We get 2 mountains to field tapped. Holy shit. Holy shit, I'm so good. It did Carnival. This is silly as fuck. So if we wanted to get a lot, we would go Gratuitous Violence, a Surveyor's Scope that's never going to trigger. Okay, off this playtest alone, I no longer believe in this card. So be Thember Chad. We have 5 mountains. We deal 10. Oh, my heart. My heart, bro. Devastating Onslaught was recommended immediately. And then on our next turn... God, we can fucking Twin Flame him? I think Strionic Resonator could have a home in the new version of the deck that has a few more triggered ways, because we really came up dry. We really came up dry on activated ability methods to pull lands out of this deck. Okay, so this is a Soul Ring open, so nothing matters because God loves us. This is a no lands open because God hates us. Okay, fuck it. Homestead's here. Let's see if this card does anything. First 2 turns. Oh no, turn 2 we get to Mobile Homestead. Turn 3 we get to Navigation Orb. Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck, man. Turn 4, we sack Navigation Orb for 2 lands. I Solemn Simulacrum. I get a land. I crew the Homestead. It's a fucking land. We did it. We did it. He's watching. Faker's watching this playtest. We get the extra land. Alright, card's good. What about Experimental Frenzy? That is, we gotta put the pipe down at some point. Is it a weird idea to consider more than 40 lands to hit them off the top rope? No. And let's move into the final opinion stage. Because here's what's really going on with this deck. We could change around about 20 cards, and by changing around about 20 cards, we could feel much more confident in our ability to get a bunch of lands onto the field relatively quickly. Maybe not super fast, but at least ahead of curve. And then we would get big Themberchot explosions. Right now, the deck is split between wanting to make big Themberchot explosions and wanting to make, like, 18 Themberchots. And those are two, like, really, really different game plans. And both can coexist in the deck. They'll just both happen less and less reliably. And so really, it's kind of up to you. It's kind of up to you on whether you want the Themberchot damage to be big because you want the natural Themberchot to be huge. Or if you want the damage to be big because you just want to do like some normal ramp and then do devastating onslaught. And go, okay, Themberchot's only triggering for 5. I make 5 of him. Good luck. Themberchot's triggering for 5. I make 5 of him with a damage doubler out. Best of luck. And if you wanted to do that, then you stop giving a shit about all of these weird little ramp tricks. And you just do the normal, like, oh, I'm going to have a bunch of mana rocks. You bring out grandma's jewelry. Because in that situation, it's fine if we get to Themberchot with only like 4 to 6 lands on the field. All the stuff that I've been suggesting, that's the like, how do I get 8 to 10 lands on this field? How do I just rip mountains out of this deck? And I think the deck that wants to have a lot of mountains out is different than the deck that wants to ramp into Themberchot and then clone Themberchot over and over and over again. Absolutely not Price of Progress, because it's also different from the burn deck. If we just want to like do direct damage in mono red, we have a million better options. Like if we just want to do direct damage in mono red, that deck is Zeldinkt is my commander. I am running every non-basic land tutor in the game. And every game, all I want to do is I want to tutor out Valakut the Molten Pinnacle. I want to tutor out Thespian Stage. I put Vesuva in this bitch. And then I try to play as many Valakut the Molten Pinnacles as I can. Triple Mango Threat, thank you for the 1 year at Prime, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. This is our YouTube editor, so please give them a round of applause. It's been 12 months, Mauled. I need my time moved to 20 minutes of outside time. Best I can do is 20 seconds. Best I can do is 20 seconds. And those are the ideas that are... Those are the ideas that are circling around to me in this deck, is the idea of, what if I pinged you 18,000 times and all the pings mattered? Also, what if I cloned my guy 18,000 times? And also, what if a big number was very funny? And I think those 3 different directions all benefit from different focuses on the deck. I am playing towards the admittedly worse but funnier in my brain. I'm going to play all this terrible dog shit that gets a bunch of lands into play. And then you just get to feel like a hero when it kills everybody. But if you just want the raw number to be as big as possible, I would recommend you start investing in just better straight up ramp. Just like things that get you mana. And then you're fine if there's only 4 mountains, 5 mountains, whatever. Who cares? We're paying 20 mana into Devastating Onslaught. We're like playing slow Ortheon. We're doing Fire Crystal. Why do I give a fuck? Yeah. Yeah, cool. I have 5 lands. Who cares? I'm richer than God. And so I would try to pick which of those 3 angles you want to go. Oh yeah, you could do Blade of Selves. Because there's also another angle that is like mono red ETBs. Where you can do Fanatic of Mogus. He's the Thember child. Stuff like that. We have the Regalia in this version, but admittedly, this version is so low on creatures that the Regalia is a little bit cope. It's a little bit cope. So let's move to put you on the pyramid. I mean, you are straight down here keeping DMC company. I respect it. I think the bit's hilarious. Best of luck ever pulling it off to somebody with working eyeballs. But Carnival, thank you so much for your generosity. I appreciate that so much. I had a very good time. I hope you did as well. We're going to the manual ad break, and then it's Shaper's time. And now that I will be spared from the ceaseless calls for Urza's goddamn cave, Naraki is free. DMC, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Please have a very good day. Thank you for submitting. I hope you have an excellent weekend, my friend. Cassandra, the problem with Riona and a lot of other creature-based clones for decks like Themberchod is creatures without flying get domed by Themberchod. And so we would have to hold this in our hand until after Themberchod had been played, which fucking hurts. God, that hurts. In DMC, I'm glad that we've completed your around the world tour of the deck actualization pyramid. And so that fucks up a lot of the places your brain goes to initially when you think about, oh, how do I do Themberchod good? Because a lot of the normal tricks like Riona, like Ortheon, even Delina, all this stuff just gets blown out instantly. Hold on, why don't we play clones and artifact tutors for Solemn to make tons of Solemns and ramp a ton? Most of red tokens sack at end step, so we draw cards also. I'm cooking people, I might be cooking. You could do that. It would be really slow. You know, like you put this deck and you put that mass clone Solemn Simulacrum deck head to head. They're doing that Pikachu Raichu thing, except they're finishing the marathon in 3 weeks' time. It has Canoptic Wraith. The James Blonde, tremendous name, and thank you very much for the Twitch follow. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then we're gonna review Shaper's bullshit. Okay, Shaper, I refuse to be befuddled today. I refuse to be befuddled by you today. It's happened many a stream. You come in with your commons only decks and your idiotic plans, and you make me do a playtest that can't end before turn 13. I want to see something different. Mauled, I have heard mixed views on cards like Grave Pact in Bracket 2. I've seen a lot of people say it's fine, others say they should all be game changers, and one person blew my mind saying Grave Pact in particular was the black Rhystic study. What are your thoughts? I think that question right there is exactly why the bracket system should be designed to make you feel very passionate about the type of Magic you want to play, and should not handle pod selection for you. Because what you are experiencing is the intense person-to-person difference about how backbreaking they think particular cards are. Grave Pact is a good control piece. Flat out. In a game where creatures matter, Grave Pact is a good control piece, and anybody who says it's not is fucking lying to you. That said, some people think it's the worst goddamn thing ever. Some people are like, oh, that's just one of the many threats that I have to spend removal on. And you have no way of knowing that. Some people are freaks. Some people are freaks, and the happiest they are is when they track how many kills they got off Grave Pact. They notch it on their skin like Michael B. Jordan in that fucking Black Panther movie. They're insane. And some people would never, ever want to play against it in Bracket 2. Me personally, if I was sitting down to play Bracket 2 with you, and you were like, I have a Golgari graveyard deck that can use Grave Pact, I would be like, please do not. That is antithetical to the type of Magic I am powering down to play. I don't think that's universally true. I don't think that's the universally correct opinion, but I do think that is why it's very important that the bracket system gets you to start a conversation. Like, I think if the bracket system is ever so specific that you can look at people and go, oh, what bracket are we playing? Bracket X? Great. Then it is a failure. The bracket system should always make you go, what bracket are we playing? Bracket X. And then that should be the jumping off point. So, like, I don't think it's breaking Bracket 2. I think there are plenty of Bracket 2 games you could play where Grave Pact would be an appropriate card. I would never really want to see it in Bracket 2. But that's just me. Lulu, I did not forget your YouTube super chat, and I am going to ask very nicely that if you cheer bits, if you have a highlighted message, if you have a super chatted message, wait for me to get to the end of whatever run-on sentence I am currently speaking through before you worry about whether or not I've forgotten it or not. I'm chasing tangents nonstop. You ever seen the Bleach scene where he's figuring out how to read Reiatsu? Oh my fucking god. Holy ads, brother. I'm doing this shit all the time. All the time. You sent that super chat 10 words into the tangent on Grave Pact. I am never going to derail what could be a banger sentence for the super chat. Respectfully. Unless it's like $1,000. Because you know what I'm doing? I'm always looking for clips. I am always looking for the opportunity to promote this stream by saying cool and interesting things on stream. And if I derail every sentence to reply to all of the little flashing lights that are happening, the stream is going to be fucked. And with that, Lulu, thank you very much for the 10 Real super chat. Boss, could you vine boom me for scheduling a symposium trip the same weekend as the pre-release of my favorite set of the year, Sadness of a Pig Who Cannot Eat Its Slop? I'm so sorry, bestie. That sucks. I was told that ManaWeb was bracket 4 for being land denial. Yeah, some people just say dumb words. Some people just lie. Some people just lie and say things because they're upset. Absolute professional is even trying to get clips off of telling people not to mess up his clips. I'm always clipping because you know why? Right now, none of these get posted. I think in 2 to 3 months, I will be posting a lot more Twitch clips. Right now, what trying to go for clips does is it lets me watch it back and see how painfully uninteresting I am. And it gives me a little piece of evidence with which to change the cadence that I speak in. To be like, oh, I need to use more allegories. I need to yell, come, a little bit more often. I need to lean back more. I need to lean forward more. I need to roll my sleeves up more. I am always hyper assessing the quality of entertainment that I give to y'all. And if I interrupt my clips when I go into review time, I go and look and I'm like, oh, well, I can't really make any judgments about this one. I got interrupted on the clip by a cheer, by a sub message, by a super chat. And so I do my best to, if I have a thought, follow that thought through to the end so that I can watch it later and see if that thought was pleasant to listen to. Do the hands on forehead exasperated meme face more? Banned. Don't tell me how to do my fucking job. Jesus Christ. People these days, man. I'm fine. I'm okay. The James Blonde, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Do you feel like maybe sometimes you're too hard on yourself in your analysis? Not once. I think I'm a very entertaining person. I think I'm extremely handsome. I think my hairline looks good, and at times I'm delusional. I just think that, like, I think there's a really big difference, but I think there's a really big difference between assessing yourself and saying I've fallen short of my goal and not being happy with where you are or not being pleased with yourself. I'm pleased with myself all of the time and I am constantly falling short of my goals. If constantly falling short of my goals made me displeased with myself, then I would think, yes, I'm being too hard on myself. I think that in my estimation, I hit a fair number of home runs, and I think that I get on base a lot when it comes to jokes, and I think that my goal is to hit a home run every time I swing at the ball. Will it ever be realistic for that to be the world that I live in? Probably no, but there's a little part of my brain that believes it is, and I'm just going to keep going for that. Because it's generally made my life better and generally made me happier and generally made my life more interesting to keep going for that every time and believe that I can hit that home run every single time. Don't do it, Mauled. Your back can't take home run swings. Banned. Don't try to tell me what my back can't take. I will pop this bussy however hard I need to, okay? For you. For you. Piece of shit. Clipping is all ABC. Always be clipping. Have you played much Riftbound? Not since the official release, but I got to demo it a lot when they were still demoing it at events, and it's hot as shit. It's hot as shit. Okay. Let's now move on to Shaper's actual deck. Silly comma spooky. Alright, after making you proud last time, I bring you a deck that definitely needs a tune-up. On my quest to build a popper deck in every color combination, I've moved on to Azorius, but instead of being a cop, I am going to kick people to death with big-ass robots. The only problem is the deck is a little bit slow at getting enough artificers in the graveyard while building a board to go wide with. Okay. Shaper, you know what? This is the first deck I have seen from... This is the first idea I have seen from you that seems like it could survive contact with turn 7. So I'm already proud. Let's see what you actually made. Frankenstein is monster. Chill. So we're getting banners. We get a 1/1. What? Dog. I take it back. I take it back. I take it back. I said you could survive turn 7. You can't survive me. As a general rule, a 30-year-old man with sciatica should not feel good about his chances in a boxing ring with your commander deck, and I feel very good. Maybe not this guy. All right, maybe not this guy, but the Tonka fish? You're showing me a goddamn child's toy. Shaper. What in the holy fuck? What in the holy fuck? Okay, so +1/+1 for every artificer we have and every artificer in our graveyard. And that's artifact, creatures, and heroes. Wow. Oh! Alright, sure. Basic land cycling, that's potential. Wow, +1/+1. Unblockable, though. That's basically Kappa Cannoneer. I wanted some turn 1 plays to garner sympathy. This is not a turn 1 play. This is a turn 1 eulogy. You walked into the function going, hey guys, I'm sorry. Don't pass me the ox. I apologize. I wanted some turn 1 they have evasion! So true. So true and real. So true and real. Okay, Otherworldly Gaze, a good card. Contingency Plan, playable. What? Are you so deep in this quest that you think of yourself as your own op? Cause like, I know that you're your own enemy, but you know this card doesn't actually... Why are we milling anybody else? Why are we milling anybody? Why are we milling anybody? Is there like one player at the table that will mentally break when you do this to them? A missed opponent on that one, TBH. 8 years in the Scryfall mines. I missed the second word. All right, we got one cut. Bag it up. We got one cut. Okay, Frantic Search is pretty good. This card is dog shit, but it is an artificer on the board, so will provide a banner. Absolute dog shit. Absolute dog shit. Absolute dog shit. Amazing. Do we have more? Oh, and we have changed. Okay, so this is how we're holding the deck together. We have other like super bad artificers and changelings. These all just represent banner effects. Lightning Rod. I'm not sure you know what that word means. This is maybe a like faulty phone charger. What I'm getting? Okay. Okay, we got a little bit of a misaligned outlet situation. We're getting there. Plot arm. Okay, good. A little bit of protection. We do need that. You're bouncing on it crazy style. And that's, wow, that's the whole deck. Wow. I can't play this because I will get copyright struck, but you need this in your life. You need this distilled into a liquid and injected into your fucking heart like a shot of adrenaline. All right, let's see what Shaper means by slow to get going. So time, when I think about intuition and gifts ungiven is that they probably don't work in PEDH. Oh shit, potential, both are turn 1 plays. Got him. What do I scry? We're gonna go to the bottom of the library with that one. Bam. Other play. I get 2 damage in. I get 2 damage in. Count that shit, idiots. Count that shit. City's Blessing. We're tracking damage. 2. 2 big ones. 2 big ones. I play Raiders Carve. I can't crew it. I can't. The gingerbread man and the bird do not have the musculature necessary to pilot the ship. Okay, whatever. I get 1 more damage in with my flyer. Okay, Inspired Inventor coming in. We are making an artifact. It's like a servo or something. Who cares? Jesus Christ, he can't even crew it himself. All right, him and the fucking guy he made together. Crew Raiders Carve. I swing a raw, unprotected 4/4 on turn 4. I check the top. It is not a goddamn land. Nothing happens to it. I get 1 more damage in. I'll be extremely charitable. We go up to 8 damage. Fuck, man. Do I have City's Blessing? I'm at 5 permanents. I don't have City's Blessing. I think I play a Mana Dork. I crew this thing again. I swing it. Oh, fuck me, dude. I'm no longer convinced the Raiders Carve is getting through. I feel like it could be. I feel like it might be blocked. It's not going to be killed. City's Blessing does count lands, but I wasn't at 10. I was at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm at 9 now. Yes, lands count as permanents for City's Blessing. You still need 10 or more. I'm going to do it real slow this time. 1. After 1 comes 2, comes 3, comes 4, comes 5, and then 6, and then 7, and then 8. Any way to get my deck roasted without costing $70? Yes, there is, Bun Ryoko. Every month we do a free roasting stream on this Twitch channel. You do not have to be subscribed. You do not have to be following. You don't have to pay me any money, like any of my posts. None of that shit. You just have to be in chat. But the next one is not going to happen until the beginning of December because we did the one for this month already. Okay. So we get a Mana Dork out on turn 5. I can play my commander. That will give me... Okay. No. We could hit another Artificer off the top. I'm going to mill an Artificer right here. You got to believe. Fuck! I don't know what I thought. I make 4 mana. I play Sid. My board has +2, +2. I can now crew the ship with just the Ginger Brute. This is now a 6/6. Oh my god, it happened. It happened! We carved with the Raider. Okay, so Foundry Inspector doesn't do anything. Now we have City's Blessing. Hot shit. Hot shit indeed. That enters fucking tap, so I can't play this bitch. Yeah, that is slow. Yeah. Three's Pieces. Thank you for the 2 months at tier 1, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. Just for the people asking, you said you have something going on the first weekend of December, so free deck stream will be later. Right, or did I make that up? I do have something going on the first. I actually might be back by the weekend. It may be happening just the first week of December, and so we may miss some streams the weekdays of December, but I might be back by the weekend. Okay. So I think presumably problem number one, we're gonna, if you're not familiar with fixing a shaper deck list, we have to go so deep in the Scryfall mines that we should probably bring a canary. But I think first, I doubt we have enough artificers to fill our graveyard with a meaningful amount to get this banner. I think what we should try to do instead is play weenie artificers, and then if we get board wiped, we just replay Sid and go, okay, now they're in the graveyard. Who cares? But I don't know if we can play weenies quickly enough in Pauper Commander for this to matter. Anyway, let me go and look at. Let me go and look at the tagger for, like, Tokasia's Welcome. Because that's kind of the effect we want. We want to just, like... Idiot guy. Yeah, we want Creature Fall. Okay. I'm going to go in Azorius. I'm going to go... I think that's all fine. Legal and Pauper Commander. There's 40 creature 40 creature fall cards. Bad life gain. Excellent. We've got bad life gain and none of them are artificers. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. If we were back on the mill plan, Sage's Row, Denison's not impossible, but I think a lot of our artificers are going to be white and not blue. Wow, that's... Wow! Alright. That is one shallow pool you jumped in, Mauled. Yeah. Alright, let's see. What do we have for self-mill? Show me a common printing of Traumatize. Fuck. Okay. You could tome scour if you aren't already. Now I'm back on the mill plan, actually, by the way. We have a lot of changelings in the deck already. We could tome scour, we could dream twist. We could chronic flooding. I don't think we can afford persistent petitioners. I don't think the deck has enough space for us to get enough of those to mill meaningfully and then also have enough artificers and then also have enough artifact creatures. Hot diggity shit, this is bad. You do airlift chaplain, but it's a cleric? Larder zombie is fucking terrible. This sacrifices. I don't think Surveil 1 is going to get the job done in time. Surveil can help a little bit, but the big problem we're getting into is all of the things. It is possible for us to mill ourselves enough. What is difficult is that all the things that are going to mill us enough are not artificers and are also not artifact creatures. And so we're going to end up in a situation where we might have a full graveyard, but we're only going to play like one thing on board that benefits from the banner. God damn it, drunk wizard. You're fucking drunk again. You're fucking drunk again. I mean, God, this is so bad. I do think it's better than, like, the bird. Because I think everything in this deck has to... I like looting better than I like this top deck control. So maybe we can do more looting. We have the frantic search already. Looter Ilcor is probably usable based on the fact that he has Shadow. And so even though he doesn't fit into the artifact creature thing, and even though he's not an artificer, being able to draw an extra card every turn and decide to discard an artificer every turn can probably do something. You might want to try the same with Merfolk Looter. This Thought Courier as well. Dragonborn Looter is just worse for no reason. Hybrid Hat is stupid as fuck, but okay. I do not think we are running the modular artifact creature. But we may have to go into... Yeah, we may have to go into the, like... the loot gaming. So what are the best loot cards going to be? I think security bypass can be used, because then we can try to make something else, either a... We can make something else a threat. We can put it on an artifact creature so that over time they get very good. Faithful Mending lets you loot a bunch and leave up mana. Let me look at that. I was serious about Ramosian Sergeant. Oh, for shapeshifters. But I hate shapeshifters. God damn it, when you're right, you're right. I hate to fucking tell you, Shaper. You're playing Ramosian Sergeant. You're now playing this card. This is your turn one play. This is the greatest turn one play in the entire deck. Because we can tutor out the 1-drop shapeshifters and the 2-drop shapeshifters with our fucking 80s workout queen. We can go get Moth Dust Changeling. Nemesis, thank you for the 3 months at Prime. Welcome back to the dog home. How are you feeling about Riftbound now that it's out? Hot as shit. Looks awesome. I'm glad to hear that, Carnival. Please let me know if it brings you more joy. You will probably lose or draw more games, but please let me know if it brings you more joy. Yes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 targets for this card, which is unfortunately enough. Oh shit, Ideas Unbound? Hot tech? Hold on. We're cooking, unfortunately. We're cooking against my will. This is like half a wheel. Draw 3 cards, discard 3 artificers. It's perfect. What could go wrong? What is this flux of which you speak? Oh yeah, we do that for everybody. I think that's decent. Yeah, we can do that too. Actually, I like this less because we don't get to draw first, and our card quality is so low that I have very little confidence we're going to have an Artificer ready to go in hand, so I'm actually no longer recommending this. King Cow, yes it is. Parseval, thank you very much for the 2 months at Prime, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. Okay, but Shaper, I think this is what you do. I think you change a lot of the blind man shit into loot shit. And we try to go more in on stuff like Adventurer's Airship. And this way, whether or not the surveilling is doing what we want it to do, we can at least have our hand look like the way we want it to look. I think it's pretty expensive. I think this we would just play the like thirst for whatever, which I think is common. Cuz like thirst for meaning, yeah, we don't care that we don't have an enchantment to discard. We care about getting fucking artificers in the graveyard. I think this has been printed at Common. Has it ever? Oh, maybe not. Oh, maybe not. Oh my god. We're fucked on Thirst for Knowledge. We're fucked on Thirst for Knowledge. Can we do Thirst for Discovery? We're fucked. We're fucked. But either way, we are paying an extra mana on... We're paying an extra mana on Waterbending Lesson to have the ability to not discard, which is not something that we actually want out of our draw spells for this deck. So I don't think we do that. But overall, I think we got to hit the makeover button and we got to tear it up from the floor. I hate that Ramosian Sergeant is the hottest tech in this deck. Skinny, I regret to inform you, we already have borrowing 10,000, 100,000 arrows. We have that. It's been in there. Um, but I think things like maybe Jace's Erasure, definitely Mind Sculpt because you read this wrong. Deranged Assistant. Temple is under attack. Of One Mind. Some of this card draw stuff and some of this mill stuff can become loot stuff. And that way, it's going to work you towards, okay, I have the cards in my hand that I want, and I have the cards in the graveyard that I want, and I'm taking game actions, which will hopefully trick everybody into thinking that I'm playing Commander instead of desperately cobbling together soda pop cans. And then you're home free. And then you are home free. And I think you could play around with changing like one or two of these artifact creatures into more looters, because we have this ramp section and it's like, come on, man. We don't have it. We don't have anything to play. We don't have anything to play, man. Give it up. You could do this. It'd be cute. They are heroes. That is true. But the deck, as I've seen it, already had such a significant problem getting the banner effect to a reasonable spot in the first place. Like, the deck was not hard up for banner targets. The deck was extremely hard up for things to make the banner mean anything. We were like 7 or 8 turns deep and we had +2/+2. 4 mana, make 3/3/3s, put 9 power on the board. That is awesome in draft. Big asterisks. And I think that the first problem the deck has to solve is the figuring out its hand while figuring out how to get artificers either into hand or into grave. We don't need early ramp. We don't need early ramp. We don't have any big 5 mana spell we're trying to get to. Absolutely not. We have to tap out in this deck. We have to tap out for a garbage 2/3. Do not dismiss the idea from your head that we will be holding up mana. We will be tapping every land in main phase 1 in the vain hope that we will find something useful. I do think you could Rook turret it up. Another flying beater is always good. Carnival, we can't do Soothsaying because it's uncommon. But another flying beater would be good. And it would give you another one of these loot effects. So I think that would also be hot for you. And that's what I would do. And then maybe you have a chance in hell with this $50 pile of trash. Holy shit. We're all praying for you. I know you won't get better, but I'm wishing that you do. I believe Milliken's already here, yeah. I'm not praying for this. God damn it, Kobilis. God damn it. Be a team player. I hate to cause a traffic jam down here, but like we're climbing slowly. We're almost a little bit more EDH rec pilled because we have so few good options that we're playing almost all of the good options. Is Sojourner's Companion common? It is also wildly expensive. I think I would want a loot ability more than I would want this. I'm a little bit scared that we might already have it, though. Based on Shaper's willingness to include cards that make me angry. Okay. Yeah, like, we're not doing affinity stuff, really. Mainly because we have way too much damage to lean into. We have way too much life we have to get through. Oh, it's banned? Holy fuck. Never mind, yeah. There is actually just one Sid because Sid is uncommon and only your commander can be uncommon and the rest of the deck has to be common in PEDH. So Shaper, please try it with the loot strategy. Thank you very much for submitting. I hope you enjoyed. We are going to the ad break and then after that it's going to be Jarthur, and then if Jarthur's not here it's going to be White Bread. What are your favorite Riftbound colors? I don't think I have hard favorites yet. If I was going to guess, it would probably be green and purple. Because green is the counterspell colors, and purple seems to be the, like, shitty game action colors. Arthur, thank you for the 100 bits. Boss, I feel the need to apologize before you even see my deck. Ah, you've picked up the vibes today. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, Riftbound, they heard me, and I like green in Riftbound. Maldhound, would you say Hall of Gemstone is a fair card? In my playgroup, people are a bit salty about it, but I don't think it's that bad. I mean, that's pretty salt-inducing. I'll be totally honest. It depends on what bracket. It depends on what bracket this is in. Because in, like, bracket 3, bracket 4, you know, whatever. We got to hold people back. But what you're effectively saying is, hey, fuck multicolored spells. Fuck multicolored spells. Fuck your 3-color deck. Fuck your ability to, like, double spell. MLD's crazy. I think this is one of those cases where it is certainly a cousin of MLD. At the MLD family reunion, he's like there, but he doesn't really know anybody. MLD is mass land denial. And it is certainly a mass land constriction. I would accept MLC. Because you are, if people have like a 3-color commander, yeah, your lands don't work anymore. If you have, unless you have like dorks or artifacts, like there's certainly a lot of ways to, there's certainly enough ways to get around this that if this is like, if you're in like bracket 3, bracket 4, and you're going like, oh my god, this is such a try-hard card, you're breaking the game in half, that's a you problem. If I saw you play this in bracket 2, I would be asking what was up. So I think that's the distinction. Like, this is certainly this is a game-changing level effect. I don't know if you need to, I don't think it needs to go on the game changers list. But like, if you didn't communicate that you were doing this, I would be upset. And if you asked to do it in bracket 2, I would say, please do not. They just need to play another world enchantment like Concordant Crossroads. Yeah, they just need to domain clash. Yeah, Blood Moon is much worse than this. That's why I said this was like at the reunion but didn't know anybody. Like if you have a 2-color deck, you can probably still play, like most of your turns are probably unchanged. If you have a 3-color deck, your turns are probably significantly restricted. If you have a 4-color deck or a 5-color deck, you're fucked. Whereas Blood Moon is just like, hey, are you a mono red deck? No? Die. So it's not nearly as bad as that. MLD is these cards regularly. Okay, so yeah. I mean, go tell the principal about it. I still think this is the type of effect that you could have a reasonable conversation about having this in a bracket 3 game. You are totally justified in saying, I don't want to play with this in a bracket 3 game. But if we're running to the sign about why this card should never, ever, ever see play in a bracket 3 game, I think we just got to be adults. I may or may not have just added this to my bracket 4 Sithis deck. Love to see it. Jather, these are the names of people who donated 5 or more subs during the Twitch subathon we did recently. Alright, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and what I mean by that is I'm going to stand up and eat a burrito really loudly, but not into the microphone. And then we will get into Jarther's deck. I think the YouTube stream is shitting itself a little bit as well. Oh, the YouTube stream is fully shat. Oh boy. Oh me, oh my. Alright, there we go. Okay, we are back. No, Shaper, I enjoyed it very much, actually. I hope that the looting strategy works better. That's the one I have the most hope for. Okay. Time to loudly eat a burrito. Jarther, thank you for the 50-bit cheer on that note. Heads up for anyone that cares. 2 Avatar spoilers in my deck. So if you don't want Avatar spoilers, take a little break from the stream. All right, Hick Ross, welcome to the stream. Phenomenal name, by the way. Vaderbot, thank you for the Twitch follow. And Purposeful Misfortune, thank you very much for the Twitch follow. Okay. This is a scary deck. Your short is to blame for this deck's existence. May that knowledge haunt you for the day. Fire Lord Azula, all hail our Psycho Fire Lord. You better have done my girl well. Bracket 4 to 5 uses the standard combos. Immediately no. I was aiming for bracket 3 and had the impulse control of a drunk gorilla. Commander, Fire Lord Azula, we copy spells in combat. 27 lands. She's supposed to rule a country, not a township, you dumb son of a bitch. Holy fuck. A single pet card. One pet card? This motherfucker is microchipped. One pet card. Spayed and neutered, by the way. A bleach katana I bought from NYC Comic-Con. One pet card, by the way. Finisher, holy wallahi. Wallahi. How many flash enablers? 5? Yeah, we're not drawing any of these. We're not drawing any of these. Who needs them? Who needs? Yes. Yes. Fish. Interaction, protection. Alright, sure. We have a lot of counter spells. We're in Grixis. We're at a very high level of play. We're gonna have free interaction. We're gonna have all the sauceless counter spells. We're gonna have the One Ring. We have a bunch of other mana sources. Where's the Rhystic Study? No need for Thassa in hand, and I hate it. Fuck, that's sick, actually. But hold on. This deck just got lame. This is the coolest thing that's ever happened to Thassa's Oracle. So that's not a 4, that's a clear bracket 5. Clear? Oh my god, we need glasses. It is what was making me very angry, because I don't like it when you do your commander dirty. And you do your commander dirty when you force them to pilot a strategy that is better than they are. I hate that. I hate when we are forcing our commander to pilot strategies that are better than they are. And I was like, if we're going to bracket 4, if we're going to like top shelf Grixis combos, what on earth is Azula doing that matters? And being able to Tainted Pact without Thoracle in hand and get Thoracle with the first Tainted Pact and then exile my library and then cast Thoracle main phase 2. Right, Azula's here for colors, LOL. Not actually, though. She's not as good as, like, Kefka or as, like, any of the other star Grixis decks, but, like, that's actually something. That is actually a meaningful benefit. Being able to deterministically empty your library and get Thoracle into hand off just having Tainted Pact is actually kind of fucked up. Why is Vivi here? Because they're a fool. We can't focus on their failings. The Pact gimmick is actually heat. Everything else is everything else is pharma grade copium. Okay, everything else, Jarthur fucking hotboxed himself onto a different planet. But this Pact thing, that's a little freaky. That's a little freaky. My brain is smooth and I'm half paying attention. What about no Thassa in hand? So Justin, what I'm talking about is, so the Thoracle combo is you have Thassa's Oracle in hand, you play it, and then in response to the trigger, you exile your library. Thassa checks the trigger, you win the game. Because Tainted Pact is an instant, If you cast it in combat while Azula's attacking, you will get 2 copies. And Tainted Pact and Demonic Consultation can actually find cards. It's rare that they're used to genuinely find cards, but it does happen. But if you get 2 copies with Azula, you can go first copy seeks out Thassa's, second copy empties the rest of my library. Like, this is not about to go fuck up a bunch of tournaments. But that's like actually a little bit sweet. That is one interaction that is actually a little bit fucking sweet. And then we have fucking Urabrask and Vivi here, watching, clapping, clapping from the sidelines. Yeah, it's similar to Kess. Listen, man, I want to believe in you. I don't know if we have time for underwater basket weaving in this deck, okay? We might need a STEM degree. You don't have any land. You're not good at making money. You have exactly 1 trick to your name. I don't know if we can spend a semester just trying to copy Picasso. I don't see how Tainted finds the Thassa without already being on top of the deck. So, Tainted Pact reads, exile the top card of your library. You may put that card into your hand unless it has the same name as another card exiled this way. Repeat this process until you put a card into your hand or you exile 2 cards with the same name, whichever comes first. So what we do is if you have no cards in the deck that share a name, which means you can only have 1 of each basic, you take the top card of your library. We'll do this visually. And you go, exile. Not Thassa's Oracle. No thank you. We will repeat the process. Not Thassa's Oracle. No thank you. And however deep in the pile you have to go, maybe you get like halfway through your deck, you eventually go, this one's Thassa's Oracle. I will choose to put it into my hand. And then that Tainted Pact stops, and then the copied one from Azula restarts. And then you exile the rest of your deck, and then in main phase 2, you play Thoracle and hope that nobody can stop you, which is aspirational at best. Wallahi, we are fucking cooked. Okay, so I'm getting angrier and angrier that you blamed this deck on my short, Jarther. I'm getting mad about that. So what I think you have here is you have a fringe CEDH deck that remembers when it was a child playing in the field with its pet weasel that had to be put down. So there's like some stuff in here. Like, I think the interaction you could try to bring to a CEDH table and see if you catch people lacking is this, like, I just need Pact. Either I just need Pact or I think I saw, yeah, Reiterate gives you infinite storm count. Danny, you'd only die when you needed to draw a card, which wouldn't be until your next turn. So the second Pact won't kill you. So like we have 2 things that have promise. We have, in my combat step after I play Azula, if I Tainted Pact, Demonic Consultation, I can try to win. If I Reiterate with a Storm Outlet in hand, I can try to win. If anything else happens, I am fucketed. So, Urabrask and Vivi are part of this storm outlet, right? If I go, I need a. That's a big dream to dream. Our storm outlets artwork are. Oh no, Vivi doesn't. Oh no, fuck these guys. Oh, they're not Magecraft, it's just cast. These guys don't do shit. Okay, so our storm outlets are then. We have the. Where is it? Okay. We have Brain Freeze. We have Comet Storm, which you lied. We have Crackle with Power, which you lied. We have Torment of Hailfire, which you lied. Where are we making this infinite mana? I'm sure. Oh, okay. So if we have Stormkiln Artist, that's one way. If we have Stormkiln on field, and then we do the Reiterate thing, we'll make infinite treasures, and then we can infinite another thing. That feels like you drank a little bit before you wrote that in the primer. Okay, so Seething Song with Reiterate can do it. Oh, Storm? Yeah, never mind. We don't get Infinite Storm. Jesus. Okay, so we have the Seething Song Reiterate combo. We have the Tainted Pact Oracle. Everything else is tutors and draw. I have very severe doubts that we go infinite mana with these things in hand, or with a way to infinitely draw our deck. The deck made you so mad you're imagining things. Yeah, I'm trying to envision a world in which it's playable. Jay the 111, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friends. So who's not passing the vibe check? This deck for sure. Jarther, I want to be so clear with you. There may be a way to make this kind of work mechanically, aesthetically. You are a failure. You are a fuck up. You have taken my glorious queen and you have reduced her to, I like her because she's a little bit mean. You have diluted everything crazy about her into fucking an abacus combo. Into the same titty wizard we've been using for decades. The big question is now, what are we doing about the Rog Psy player? The 17 counter spells. Next question. Okay, pre-game Gemstone Caverns. And we just play stacks. Hell yeah. We just play stacks. I exiled this other land from my hand. I draw my opening card. Mana Confluence, Talisman. Hope nobody wins turn 1. Jarther, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. I blame you for the impulse that started the deck. The bracket it ended at is on me, and Reiterate is an infinite cast, and Reiterate is targeting the red rituals for infinite mana into an X spell. Thassa is more reliable. Okay. That's about what we thought. So turn 2, I don't even think we play Ashiok. I think we play, or I don't even think we play Azula. I think we play Ashiok. So now we have Dark Ritual. I cast my commander. And I just hope to God nobody can do anything. Okay, I can Wheel of Fortune. That's not nothing. Fucking wheel hopelessly. Not a goddamn Rakdos Signet in my off-meta CEDH deck. I downtick this to make sure that none of my opponents have anything useful in their graveyard. I play this. And now I'm in the deeply unenviable position of not being able to try to win. I have 3 mana and I need 4. So I can do Training Center. Now I have too much mana. All 3 people at the table have won before me, and they're just kind of letting me work right now. I could have floated Dark Ritual, that's true. We'll say if I was like mega geeked up, I start that turn by floating Dark Ritual. So turn 4, combat turn 4, I try to win. I Tainted Pact, I go get Thoracle. I try to play Thoracle, and I think between Dark Ritual and Firebending, I have enough to maybe an offer you can't refuse. That is not the worst thing. That is not the worst thing that has ever mechanically happened at a CEDH table. Fucking Alexios has won a CEDH tournament. What I dislike about this is that we're using Azula to do off-meta CEDH, and typically if you're doing off-meta CEDH, it's because you have a particular love for the type of thing that you get to do with that commander, and we are using Azula to do the exact same things every other Grixis deck is doing. At least if you show me a Pantlaza, I know you're a little bit of a freak. I know you're a little bit of an idiot. You love cheese, but we can talk about Colby Jack. If we do Azula, and like the only thing you're trying to do is win a game, I can put a little bit of respect on that Tainted Pact trick. Maybe you catch 1 or 2 people lacking. They haven't played against Kest. They don't know what you're doing. But I think we lose out on a lot of the stuff that can make Azula... that can just make Azula enjoyable. Like a lot of the stuff that makes me happy when I think of, oh, I'm going to try to play high power Azula, is, oh my god, I get to use all the dog shit Cypher cards. Not this one. Oh my god, everybody has a better card than me. I can rob them. If you wanted to be a complete dick, you could mental vapors and double discard people. You could stolen identity. We could Undercity Plague. We could be so... You know Azula would introduce tuberculosis to get her way. And so, as Voice of Madness is saying, if we want to make this deck any better as a Grixis deck, we have to cut the, like, 5 remaining pet cards that you do have. Like, you don't get to play Ko, you don't get to play Cruel Claw, you don't get to play Buster Sword, and if we want to make it a better Azula deck, you 100% have to go down a bracket, and you have to accept into your heart that you will not be comboing off her trigger. Flat out. Flat out. And that's a message to everybody. If you want to build an Azula deck, and you build an Azula deck that can combo off based on her attack trigger, I think you have low-key failed. I think the tools available to you, and I will reassess that opinion if I learn about new combos that I've never heard of before. But so far, all the combos I've heard of are the same Grixis infinite mana whatever thing that we've been doing for the last decade. And if you use Azula for that, you have bent her from her original purpose, which is to be a catty bitch. To be a catty bitch. Some people will contest that by saying Azula wants to win at all costs. Not true. Her hair was done too well for that. Her monologues were too crisp for that. She was hitting motherfuckers with the ballet as she shot lightning bolts. She wants to win. And so even if you did like dipshit flash stuff, I could understand that. There's a lot of sorceries it'd be funny to cast 2 of. Is Cruel Ultimatum an instant? No, we would have to flash enable this. But like I think the heart of what is funny with Azula is gambling for a really big Atali flip. It's hoping that Buster Sword goes crazy. It's hoping that you rip something despicable off of Infamous Cruel Claw. And I think if you want to build a deck that feels like it is doing that, you have to accept that you're winning through combat damage, which is going to put a pretty hard limit on how high the deck can go. Yeah, flashing in Dance with Calamity is probably the funniest fucking thing this deck could ever do. You would take like a 15-minute turn, and if you didn't win, everybody would hate you, but it would be goddamn hilarious. Kobilis, I don't think that deck would function very well. If you made a bunch of Azula clones to get multiple copies of something, that would probably become a Walmart Gutshot deck, or not Gutshot, a Walmart Grape Shot deck. The number of cards you would have to dedicate to breaking the legend rule or cloning Azula would kind of mandate that you didn't have room for very many cards to copy or do flash enabling. And so you would have to default to existing red instants that you could use the firebending mana for. And so it would just be a like, oh gosh, I sure hope nobody shoots any of my 15 Azulas so that I can cast a Comet Storm for 7 mana. Which, if you like that, go off. I prefer the dinosaur, but you could do it. I just don't think it would work as reliably. But if you just play Spark Double the one time you do draw it, it would be glorious. It would be, but I hate decks like that. Like, real. Like, if you want, I can still give advice to them, but when I'm building a deck, like, my idea of a deck that has sauce is a deck that works every time and occasionally does something a little bit crazy. If your deck shows up and trips over its own dick 7 games out of 10, and then, like, 2 games out of 10 kind of does something, and then 1 game out of 10 blows up the moon, I fucking hate that. I could just follow you to the casino and watch you rip on a slot machine until you hit a jackpot, if that's the type of Magic I wanted to play. I greatly, greatly prefer, from a Riz axis, not even from like win the game, lose the game, from a Riz axis, I want this shit to be relevant. You must respect something I am doing. I must put fear into your heart or laughter into your throat, among other things. Joy into your eyes, among other things. That's what I'm feeling. Jarther, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. So what I'm hearing is I should drop the combat triggers from this deck and just build a bracket 2-3 deck that focuses on the combat triggers and Cypher for a more enjoyable time. I think you typed combat triggers twice. I'm imagining you meant to drop the combos and build a bracket 2-3 deck that focuses on the combat triggers. And yes, I would recommend that, but I would like, you can spice it up with a little bit, like you can still do the flash enabling. I think that can be the greedy play. I think the thing that you want to be really confident in is you want to have good card advantage, or you want to have, hi baby. You want to have like decent cards that become really fucking good with Azula, like Unexpected Windfall. And you can just do good stuff. What? Yeah, I can. You want to have good cards that become great, like Unexpected Windfall. You already have Consult the Star Charts, that can stay. Any other stuff that is like, oh man, this is a really okay card, but if I had two of these, I would bust a little bit. You want all those cards. Yeah, consistently destroy smaller moons, Suitor. And then your big plays are, I'm free casting something off the Buster Sword. I'm free casting off Key to the Vault. Well, Voice of Madness, the Flash enablers do not require full dedication because many of the combat triggers you will get will allow you to rip things and ignore casting restrictions. Like Infamous Cruel Claw, hey, guess what? Doesn't matter if it's a sorcery. He is a Flash enabler. The Buster Sword is a Flash enabler. Key to the Vault is a Flash enabler. You know what my favorite Flash enabler is? Fallen Shinobi. Wrong one. Silent Blade Oni. That's my favorite Flash enabler. Yes, Quinn. Big Score is the same thing. So that's how I would make it happen. Right now, I would actually classify this as like... We had that one... we had that one like cute interaction with Tainted Pact, but I really think that this deck is a victim of trying to force it to be too good and losing its personality in the pursuit for combo greatness. That's your favorite Flash enabler until someone calls it Silent Blade Oni-chan? Okay, you're banned. Get out of here, Nick. Moderators. It's just me. Moderators, get that man. Oh, thank you, Delvagore. It's trying to punch up higher than its own weight class. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a crazy amount. It's like almost there. You do have like 2 CEDH level tricks that you can pull out. These guys are lost. I will... I do have to Vine Boom you for these guys. These guys are fucking lost. Straight up. Straight up, these guys are... They do not know where they are. They do not know where they are. They do not know what day it is. They do not know who the president is. Take them home. So are there any other, like... I wonder if breaking timing restrictions has a tag. It's probably cast on resolution. Blue, red, black. Ooh, Malcolm. He's another pet card that gets to join the menagerie if you bring this down a bracket. By the time that 4th chorus counter is hitting, boy, take it back to the goddamn chorus. Take it back to the goddamn chorus. You could do some like fucked up electro dominant shit. There's so much dumb shit you can do. There's so much stupid shit you can do. Yeah, those cipher cards do suck crazy dog ass. Chaos Wand Theft. You can deterministically copy. Like there's so much goofy bullshit. This is not a sorcery speed activation. This can for sure get cast in the middle of combat. Azula can be attacking. So I would recommend that you spend some time scrolling through this like cast on resolution thing. And seeing what tickles your fancy. God, even fucking transpose is really good. So Jarther, thank you very much for submitting. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then it's time for White Bread. Oh yeah, and yeah, Torrential Gearhulk is going to double. Jarther, thank you for the 50-bit cheer. Vivi and Urbrask were outlets for the Reiterate combo because it provides infinite cast triggers. As I said, lost. I care not that you enjoy the taste of the Alfredo sauce. You remain lost. Thoughts on epic spells? Hilarious but dog shit. Wish they weren't. Alright, now I am going to actually use the bathroom. White Bread, please give me proof of life. And then Naraki, if you are still around, I believe you are going after White Bread. So proof of life from the both of you. My username was taken. Thank you for the 37 roses. I have no idea what that means, but I appreciate them nonetheless. And Dev, I'm 2 days into Magic. Is the community friendly in your opinion? I'm so lost, but so interested. So Dev, what you're going to run into, the community's big. Some people are really friendly. Some people are really not. It's a big enough community that now it is beginning to resemble the broader human population rather than just being like, oh, this is such an insular and tight-knit community that they're all like blank. Things to look out for. Anybody who is super proud, and by super proud, I mean anybody who is loudly prideful about how good they are at Commander specifically. That is a massive red flag. I cannot overstate how much of a red flag it is. If you meet someone who's proud that they're good at Magic, that can be different. Magic is a very hard game. It can take a long time to get really good at Magic. Totally good to be proud of the skills you've acquired over a very long lifetime. If you meet somebody at the LGS or at a convention who plays Commander for fun and seems to be genuinely prideful about how powerful their decks are, I would run screaming. I would run screaming. There's a big spectrum there, because there's a lot of boisterousness that is good in this community where you go like, oh yeah, this deck's so fun, it's gonna do insane fuckery to you. That's different. Oh, my deck's bullshit, man. If you don't stop me 5 turns in, toilet snakes, up your ass. That's different. That's trash talk. You meet somebody who goes like, yeah, man, I got an 80% win rate. They are a psychopath. Not sorry. That is rude to sufferers of mental conditions. They are a dickhead. So I'd watch out for those people. Really, anybody who appears to take Commander super seriously. This is a deeply unserious game by design. So most people are friendly. The people who are unfriendly are most often going to give themselves away by taking the game or taking discussions about the game way too seriously. Whether that's in terms of like what cards they think are the coolest, what cards they think are not the coolest, what cards they think should be banned or unbanned. Anybody who's got like a really big axe to grind about one of those things in Commander, I'm approaching with caution. Other than that, you'll have a lot of fun. A lot of people are really nice. A lot of people, well, I would actually say it is an incredible minority of people that are good at teaching this game, but most people are very accepting of newbies. Jarther, thank you for the 250-bit cheer. As always, thank you for the roast boss, and thank you for a path to bracket 3 Azula with some personality. I will hurt your soul, though. I'm keeping this version after a few changes. God damn. At least take it to a tournament. Like, I can respect this if she's at least going for the win. But God, you gotta kill this freaky little bug, man. Anyway, I'm actually getting up. I'm actually using the bathroom. Then white bread, we're gonna get you. I saw a headline like last week that we just conclusively proved that we weren't in a simulation. So I want to know now why you're lying to me. Because we're gonna have beef. Alrighty. Alrighty. Jarther, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Going to an actual tournament is on my bucket list, and this deck is currently top of the list I'd use at a tournament. In that case, best of luck, kill that fucking weasel. Have you seen the sports comedy classic Goon from 2011? This is a serious inquiry. No, I have not. I'm going to take a big risk for you. Oh, you know, I haven't. I don't know if it's because I couldn't deal with a man who looked a little bit like me being funnier than me in the movies, but I haven't watched a lot of Shawn Michaels Scott. And I think that may be because I identified him as potentially my older brother, who was living my dreams at the time. And I got very angry baby about that. So I haven't watched many of Shawn Michaels Scott's movies. Wasn't this during the phase of all the like based on true stories sports movies? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. White bread, let's get you. This is a spooky deck. Bear witness to one of my first commander decks that actually gets updates. This is currently a bracket... Ah! A bracket 2 stompy deck that wants to get big and show people. Yeah, alright. No combos, no enchantress, no artifacts, but there's a problem and I'm not sure how to change it. It feels a bit too slow. For boasting of the battlefield, my meat is a little bit too slow and I want it to be the biggest and baddest. Feels like I've got ramp and card advantage to make stuff happen. Should I move up a bracket to make my commander feel more impactful? Should I swap commanders? Help me, Maldy1 Houndobi. You're the only help I could afford for $69. Let's see what the fuck you got. Stop not summoning with Rurik Thar the Unbowed. So, if anybody casts a non-creature spell, I am going to punch you in the head, is what this says. Find the lads. Non-creature spell, non-creature spell, non-creature spell. Okay, we fix it. Alright, we fix it. Non-creature spell, but this one's allowed. So we're doing a lot of generic, let me draw a card, let me make mana. Damn, that is low-key useless. Let me play stuff from the top. Deal 5, draw a card. Beginning of combat, exile a card. Get Monarch. Exile, draw. Flip stuff. This is like, okay. This is responsible. Funding the lad's activities. Oh, I see the problem. Oh, Lord, I see the problem. Okay. And Whitebread, I don't want you to feel ashamed. This gets every Gruul player. I don't know what they're doing in y'all's schools. I know that you can't count. I know you think you can. I know you read the add mana, the reduced cost, and you were like, I'm ramping responsibly, Mauled. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm figuring it out. Wrong. And it makes the complaint about things feeling slow make a lot more sense because we are really limited on the most important thing for a Gruul player that wants to be a shithead, which is the turn 1 play. We have a lot of things that are making us go land past turn 1. There's even a decent chance we go land past turn 2. By turn 3, we probably have like one of these fuckers out. And like, this is funny, but you only get to be funny after you've already passed your classes. And like, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter at all. So I mean, it's a big woman. I'll give you that. I'll give you big woman. But I think just a big lad, I guess. Hell yeah. Lads supporting each other. Real. I would probably recommend that this is Fire Crystal instead. I don't want to sound like a fucking maniac, but respectfully, I know you want to do big creatures, you do need one gigantic rock. Hey man, are you an idiot? Hey man. We're supposed to come in here with an understanding. Are you a dumbass? You can be honest. Possibility Storm wins games, I fear. Thank you for the submission, my friend. We're going to go to the manual ad break, and then we're going to move on to Naraki's deck. Have a nice day. Okay, so I think... What I think is very funny is we've actually been a little bit too responsible. And what I mean by that is not only are we lacking turn 1 plays and like turn 2 plays to ramp into our big shitheads quickly enough, we're so worried about finding the lads and synergizing with the lads and removing things with the lads that we don't have enough creatures that are just going to like that you're going to throw on the board and will single-handedly take over the game. And I'm talking about like you have some of them. I'm talking about like O'Hare Castlem. You drop this motherfucker, silence. Silence followed by everybody showing each other their hands to see if they have a removal spell for it. So I don't think you need to go up a bracket. I think Emergent Woodworm is kind of given the same energy. But I think it might be the stuff like Ember Wild Captain, where, okay, we're gonna get one extra card off of her. But at some point we do have to weigh the value of drawing cards with the value of what if I rip all the lands out of my deck and then I just draw heat for the whole game? What if I just draw heat? And we will have some issues with that, making sure that everything, or as many things as possible, are creatures for Rurikthar. But we shouldn't have to cut many. We have a 2-land hand. What do we talk about? No turn 1 play. 2-land hand. No turn 1 play because of the Fabled Passage, but even if the color worked on this, our turn 1 play doesn't do anything. And our turn 2 play doesn't curve out well. 3rd hand. Nothing until turn 3. 4th hand. Nothing until turn 3. 5th hand. We finally get a turn 1 play. And it kind of curves out. I mean, like, we get to do turn 1, then turn 2 Guardian Augmenter, and then, hey, we have a 2/3 bird. Maybe we can make it through the New York Fighting Arena. We can see how this one goes. Pretend Wooded Foothills just taps for mana. Who cares? So we go turn 2, Guardian Augmenter. Turn 3, we get to Hideaway. How many is this? Look at the top 4. Something goes face down. Absolutely, I will take Apex Altasaur. And then I go Augur of Autumn. So now we get to look at the top card of our library. Excellent. Now we're banging. I'm not going to tell you that this wins the game deterministically, but this is now a situation where everybody else on the table is like, oh, we have to board wipe Whitebread or we are fucked. Because this thing's power is starting at 3/4, which means we're putting 3 +1/+1 counters on everything we control every single turn. And that like only really gets worse from here because we're about to play Apex Altasaur. It's going to come in with 12 power. We're going to blow everybody's brains out. We're going to put 6 counters on this board, and then we're going to start swinging for lethal. And so the turns, or the games where you're going to feel Guardian Augmenter is just for Commander. Oh, still. Whatever. It takes 2 turns more. We put 1 counter on the first round. We put 2 counters on the second turn. We put 3. Either way, Ouroboros turn 3, turn 4 is good. Let us cement that. And most of your ability to get set up quickly is going to be underlined by your ability to ramp at minimum turn 1 and at maximum turn 2. And so what I would really recommend you do is reassess the ways in which you think you need to be responsible. Because right now, you think you need to be responsible with drawing enough cards. You think you need to be responsible with removing enough opposing threats. I don't really think that's how Gruul decks have to be responsible. I think the way Gruul decks want to be responsible is you need the early ramp to vomit some meaningful threats on the board quickly. And then, hi baby. And then you need some things to refill your hand in a big way. But I don't think that Gruul decks really like too much draw 1 at a time, draw 1 at a time, draw 1 at a time, draw 1 at a time. So I think we've overdone it there when we should be overdoing it in terms of how the fuck do I get 6 mana? How the fuck do I get 6 mana and play this guy? I am perhaps being a bit too harsh because we're cutting ourselves off from the best type of green card draw, which is stuff like Rishkar's Expertise. But I don't think we get any of these on creatures, and so I think that is our heavenly restriction. I'm gonna look really quick, but like there's Disciple of Fraelis, which just draws but doesn't get us any of that juicy free casting. I mean, Goldvein Hydra just gets us more mana. Yeah, we could like Garruk's Pack Leader, which is Creature Fall, which isn't like the worst thing ever. You could Dragonhawk. But don't like Outcast or Trailblazer. No, again, because Last March of the Ents is a non-creature spell, which in Whitebread's words are bitch made. Here, let's just take you straight into surgery. Okay, so let me look at all these motherfuckers. You are really down bad for anime women. I can't believe I missed this one. Holy shit. No. 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 Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like 14 times in my life I've seen this card. 14 times in my life it has let me down and it has let everybody around me down. Not Predators, Maddening Hex, no. Okay. We have Gwenna, Eyes of Gaia already. We're not orcish lumberjack freaky. Everybody be reasonable. Okay, we're still on 52 creatures. Do I have my turn one play? Still no. God damn it. Alright, it took one mulligan. We only have one land in hand, and we do not have a red source for Ruby. Does God love us yet? No. But we continue to play, despite his hatred. We concede. Okay, no turn one play, but we have a turn two play. That's something better. Play her, bam, bam, bam. Adelon Jackal, I'm gonna hope to God turn three you can hit somebody. We get this land out. Commander out turn four. I don't think I forgot Wild Growth. I think I put in Utopia Sprawl where I should have put in Wild Growth. Let me double check. I think Utopia Sprawl might be the color fixing. Oh no, I did forget Wild Growth. Thank you. Hold on, let's go do that. Okay, let's try now. Okay. I have a turn two play. I have stuff to do turn two, and I have stuff to do turn three. I'll have to take that. Never mind. I have to do like Fabled Passage first, because otherwise I'm gonna get screwed. So I do that, and I do. And I warp this guy. Maybe there's actually like a sicker play I could do on a different turn if I instead do Erd Heirloom. Because now I can warp this guy. This guy will tap for 4. And then I can go Dragonborn Champion. And then when he leaves for Warp, I draw a card and I can put Guardian Augmenter out. So he's over here on an adventure. And now I can play my commander, I can swing this guy, I can try to start drawing. But this is the type of situation I would like you to end up in more. It's going to feel a little bit more emotionally fraught when you are mulliganing, and you just got to accept that. You're on the roller coaster. If you wanted a smooth ride, you play goddamn blue like an adult. You crossed the rickety bridge. You showed up to the amusement park run by a hick with half his teeth. You picked that. And we got to accept that life if it is going to accept us back. I don't think we want Sakura. I don't think we want Steve. Would you put Delighted Halfling in this deck? Genuinely, I wouldn't. We want our commander to be uncounterable, but we don't have enough legendaries that we feel super good about it. Because, like, the biggest problem this deck has gotten into in all the mulligans that I've taken is when we get color fucked out of a turn 2 mana dork. The Ruby and Zerta Druid, the mana dorks that require both red and green, and then we only have one of those two colors on turn 2, I want to yell. I want to shout. This is what happens when a motherfucker is too good for a cultivate, but it does work. You can make it work. Look at that. We get to ramp turn 1. Look at that. Amazing. Look at me playing lands, casting spells. And I play Possibility Storm. Turn 3. Turn 3, I play Possibility Storm. Neither does Possibility Storm! Talking about Cultivate don't got a power toughness. Don't raw. Don't raw, you faker. You got like 20 non-creatures in this deck. You are a pretender to his throne. You can stand where he stood, but don't, like, stance up in it. So, like, I think this works. Either somebody uses removal or they don't. But we fucking... I don't know. We can cast our commander, or we can gamble with Possibility Storm and go till we hit another creature, which is probably going to fuck us. We get Sereth. That's worse. Amazing. Oh, look at this. This is the hand. This is the hand. Please, please let this be the hand. It is the hand. We're a little bit color fucked, but it's all happening. We can Erd Heirloom, and then Erd Heirloom can get the money for this bitch. Turn 4 Commander Wallahi. Turn 4 Commander Wallahi, you are saved. Turn 5, who even cares? I'm Kogling. I'm Kogling all over them. And then I'm giving my commander trample and drawing a card. And then turn 6. Do I have 9 money yet? I don't think I do. I have 1, 2, 3. I do if I tap the Erd Heirloom, but I kind of want to draw more cards. From here you can audible, but like look at all the good that can happen for you when we have a lot of 1 mana dorks. So I really think that we are being, and like you are going to gas out some games, but it is better to get up to 200 miles an hour and then gas out than it is to fail to merge onto the freeway in the first place. It's that simple. So as much as remove your mid-range card draw. If you have, like, there's some stuff like Erd Heirloom that's so efficient and so reasonable that it's not really holding you back. But like we're spending all the turns that we should be sprinting up the runway, establishing value engines. That's the job of the cowards. That's the job of the non-creature spell players that we were made to attack. Like Bonehorde Dracosaur is good enough to stay. A lot of them weren't, but like Bonehorde Dracosaur is good enough. But in a deck like this, I would just always want to be extremely confident that I have spells to cast on turn 1 and turn 2. So this I actually have to put a card away. I'm going to mulligan away the mid-range value engine. And I'm actually going to get fucked because I can't make green fucking mana. I swear to God, your land base. Never mind, man. God hates you. God hates you. Quit the game. Yeah, I think Luke can die as well. These tap lands are also scuffed as hell. Okay, this is a good one. That won't make any fucking sense because you're gonna be like, that's not a good one. That's a bad one, Mauled. I don't have any card draw. The card draw will come. If we believe in the deck, the card draw will show up. There it is. There it is. She's also a 4/5 now. And then you can do like the warp trick, and when you do the warp trick, you'll draw a card and you'll put out lurking predators. And then who gives a fuck? Do you enjoy the smell of gasoline, white bread? Like when you go to a gas, like it smells bad, but you know how it like itches part of your brain and it feels very, very satisfying to smell like a little bit of leaked gasoline at a gas station? Yes. Okay, good. You got to lean into that. That's the feeling. That's the feeling you want to be following when you're playing red green. Like you got to see a hand that is just a knocked over gas canister and be like, yeah. Yeah, I can do something with that. I can make something happen with that. There's something going on here. There's something in the air. Oh, Sakura Tribe Scout isn't Steve. It's tap. Put a land from your hand on the field. We already have that. Thank you, Angel of Pax. What an out of nowhere question. It wasn't out of nowhere. It was highly relevant to his lived experience. The initial draft of this deck smells like an accounting firm. I had to know. I had to know. This smells like paper and notebook dividers. We need to get a little gas can on it. Don't shame me. It smells good. So, white bread, I think. Oh wait, we already have you on here. Yeah. Nani fucking Deska. I think you're kind of over here with Jarther. I think you were led astray. I think what probably happened is you had a gas huffing version and you had a game or two where you just totally ran out of gas and the pendulum swung too far the other way. You do have to be responsible, but you just got to be responsible with taking early ramp game actions, and then you got to know in your heart. You have to know in your heart that the answer is going to be on top. If you do want to have a like, and again, you would have to cut a different non-creature for this. If you wanted like a mid-range value engine, I would do Cream of the Crop rather than Garruk's Uprising. I know you want Trample. I know you want to like draw a card. I know you want to draw a card off Creature Fall. But play my commander, I get to set up the next 6 cards in my library. That's pretty good. Anti-causal Vestige hits the table for 4 mana. I set up. Oh, you put the rest of that's still just as good, Shepis. Please, please understand the vibe. It does. I get the best card out of my next six. Oh no, a baby's died. He's in the street. Somebody clean him up. He didn't get to scry six. He only got to cast fucking consult the star charts and check six. He's in shambles. He's dead. Somebody don't call his parents. They won't be able to take this. They won't be able to take this damage. But this is the type of thing you could do to help set that up because this can work nicely in a like ramp, play this, play my commander, find something to follow up my commander with that will refill my hand or will otherwise get the game state into a place I want it to be in. I'm not going to like recommend it crazy vocally. I think the creature forward strategy can work, but if you did want a non-creature value engine to put in, that is the one I would recommend most highly. The rest of it is just you got to dedicate to that Evil Knievel shit, brother. So thank you very much for the submission. We're going to go to one last manual ad break, and then we're going to look at Naraki Maul's deck. Which commander has goad, +1/+1, is Rakdos, and gives itself away? I don't know off the dome if any commanders do that. I do know that there are commanders that give themselves away, that buff themselves, but the one I'm thinking of off the dome is Alexios, who's mono red. Naraki, yes, please put it in the Dear Maultown section of the Discord. Kardur has goad and is Rakdos. He does not have +1/+1. He does not give himself away though. Those four qualities are highly specific. I don't know if that commander exists. If it does, it's probably quite bad. All right, I will be right back. Then it's Naraki's time. Hey boss, any other big creatures or finishers for bracket 3 Azula? I would need to research that a little bit. I'm still planning on doing a deck build for that for Patreon. Azula strikes me as a deck where you're going to need to rely on just piling up a like 8-card car crash of damage between stuff you have free cast, stuff you have stolen. We're talking about Grixis Azula Carnival. We're not talking about this deck anymore. So big finishers off the dome. Comet Storm wouldn't be the worst if you got to a fair number of lands and you've been chipping people down by swinging over and over. You probably have some people in striking distance and it's at least instant speed. But other than that, I'll have to do some digging in Scryfall. Hey boss, any recommendations for Commander for a 5-color Phyrexian mana focused deck? Improv. I'm being totally genuine. I'm aware it will not be good. That's good. But I think it'll be funny. I think that will be funny if you can make it funny as a person. Therefore, I recommend improv. I think any commander you do for that is going to be hot dog shit. I think it's going to be very difficult to manage the desire to play a good commander. And if you play a good commander, then the deck won't be about Phyrexian mana. It'll be about that good commander. I wish you the very best. That sounds like a fever dream. Okay, here is Naraki Mall's deck. Damn, these plants got hands. An aggro deck in Commander in Naya that's not trying to be a token maker soup pile while also being a partner pair that's not immediately boring and stupid. Well, that's the idea, at least. And we immediately did Gruul token shitters. Excellent! Excellent start! Naya partner pair, but we're not going to be token maker soup. I'm going to scroll through before I look at this primer. If I see a goddamn doubling season, I'm getting your ass. Safe. 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 Motherfucker. Safe on the first thing I said. Safe. 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 We can talk. Okay. Let's go to the primer. I am not reading all this. Alright, bracket 3 deck, board-wide buffs. We don't want to make Tana have to hit more than once or twice to have a scary enough amount of tokens. As I built more and refined the deck, I ended up taking out Craterhoof and Moonshaker in favor of land ramp and creatures that could break board stalls. I think the deck can be made better, so I'm open to suggestions. The only card I'm unwilling to cut is the Ultimatum. The maybe board is filled with stuff I eventually cut, but could be convinced to put back in. I could also go up in Game Changers, but besides putting Tef Pro, Cradle, and or Worldly Tutor, I don't see which other ones can go in. Okay, so first and foremost, I have never seen a deck that less deserved Smothering Tide than you. This is like watching the heir to the Walmart fortune claim a fucking grant for disadvantaged youths. Off some technicality. I got no idea what's happening here. I got it as a gift for my birthday, so that's why I put it in there. That person doesn't care about you. I don't know who that is. You got to cut this from the deck and them from your life. I do understand the desire to, ooh, I got pretty card. I will play pretty card. I do think you probably have a decent bracket 2 deck on your hands, and this is like one of the most game changers to have ever changered a game. So if you're gonna play in Gen Pop for bracket purposes, I would cut this. Bracket 2, really? Yeah. We'll go to the playtest, but yeah. Ah, okay. If you draw him, no. If you draw anybody else, yeah. Alright, so we have some ramp. The gold gym staff that preps the ground for planting by mixing steroids into the dirt. Hell yes. The steroids you buy in the back for cheap. This is never going to happen the way you want it to. What's your weekly lottery ticket budget, my goat? Is this our only? We have to have other death touch. We have to have other death touch. No, 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 no. Okay, no. Okay, no. Covered them. No, no, no. Okay, yeah, you'll win big one day, brother. Keep buying them. Keep buying them. What could happen? Fund infrastructure, I guess. Steroid abusing staff of Gold's Gym. Okay, does Kedis work how we want it to? I don't think that's true, but it can work how we want it to with a chroma. So there are, but not on creatures. I tried to build this without shoving a bunch of non-creature anthems. That is a, I mean, that is a fine philosophy. What I'm more worried about is, so we have Finn, Finn is completely and totally useless unless we have drawn one of these two other cards. These two cards I can understand, because these two cards, Orin is giving your creature's death touch, which is a generally good thing to make sure the board doesn't stall, and he's giving you card draw. Great. Sereth is giving you either hexproof or death touch to break board stalls. Great. It is really just Finn's inclusion, which is this like pie in the sky lottery ticket thinking of, oh yeah, it's fine that he will suck total ass in 99% of situations. That's that like, I'm gonna kneecap my deck in the hopes that this awakens my secret superpowers that I'm not as big a fan of. It's not gonna like just one pet card. I hesitate to call fucking Stinkhands Lenny a pet card, but one greedy card is not going to unmake a deck. But this is definitely a greedy card. Yeah, these all seem fine, but generally greedy. Alright, so we go nothing, land for turn, responsible. I play Yavi Maya, and I Rampant Growth. Command Tower is now a basic land for this playtest. Turn 3, bam, Tana the Bloodsower. So we got turn 4. Okay, I Erois, I jam Tana at somebody. I am not confident Tana gets through here. Now, she doesn't die because Erois is preventing her from taking combat damage. But I have supremely little confidence that Tana's gonna kill anybody here. And I could Signet before I got Erois out. Turn 4 with Menace. This is not Menace. Oh, wait. Does this guy get Menace? Never mind. He does. We will get through. We will make 2 1/1s. Huzzah. Thank you for that catch. Now it's turn 5. We can play a Chroma, right? Yeah, we ramped. We can play a Chroma. So at the beginning of combat each turn, we are going to give out buffs based on how many keyword banners we have. Our Saprolings have none. Tana has 1. So Tana is now a 3/3. Tana has 2. What is the second? Oh, a chroma counts partner. Hell yeah, Tana's a 4/4. It is not trample partner menace. Oh, it is. It's not attacking creatures. I cannot fucking read today. We got a 5/5 in this bitch. The deck's working. All right, now we hit somebody. We have a 5/5 trample menace. Can't take damage. That's gonna get through. We could quibble about maybe not all 5 gets through. I'm gonna say all 5 gets through. Tremendous. That's working. We have no buffs for these assholes. So why did we... What is our problem with non-creature anthem? When I first tested the deck out with non-creature anthems, I felt like I never had a board. Yeah, as opposed to all the big nasty creatures we've been laying down that were not in our command zone. As opposed to the many, many multitudes. But okay, I can see that. Let's see how a different hand... I don't like any of that. I don't like any of that. Okay, let's talk about another thing that I think we have fucked up a little, because it's the same thing that White Bread misstepped on, which is the immense power of the turn 1 play. And I want to really impose that upon you in the context of how your deck is tending to work, where you also have the 3 mana setup creature. Like, we have Archetype of Aggression, Archetype of Courage, Kutzil. We have these 3 cards. We have Eidolon Jackal. We have Enduring Vitality. We have Fabro Elder. We have a number of things. We have Rhythm of the Wild. We have a number of these support pieces. Oh, Enduring Innocence as well. We have a number of these support pieces where if we play 2 mana ramp, and we have a land in hand, we are going to skip over the support piece to play Tana sooner, because we should always play Tana sooner. Whereas if we are using 1 mana ramp, we will go turn 1, I ramp. Turn 2, I have the option to play a 3 mana support piece. And then turn 3, I play my commander with the support piece already there. It also gives you the flexibility to go, if I have like a Cultivate in hand, if I have one of these big juicy 3 mana ramp spells, I can just double ramp and then have more money than God. So I really do not think... I don't think the 2 mana ramp spells are doing anything positive for you. Or, I shouldn't say anything positive. Ramp is almost always positive for green players. I think that the 2 mana ramp spells are a significant downgrade from the 1 mana ramp spells, because they really confuse the timeline of how your deck wants to be playing. Now, a lot of these 3 mana value pieces, it would be acceptable to play these after Tana. They don't have to come down first. I just think that we're missing out a little bit when we don't have to be. There's stuff on the maybe board if you want to look at them. Horrifying. Horrifying. Winota was in here? Yeah, these are all whatever. We don't really need these. Beastmaster Ascension got to get the fuck back in here instantly. Yeah, I think you've again... Every Naya player wants to be too good for Llanowar Elves, and none of you are. Everybody thinks they're better than a fucking bird. You have 1, I need 18. I need 87 birds. Okay, so we're giving out a few keywords. That's not bad. That's not bad. Making blocks better. So I think number one, well, I guess it's why would you want to, air quotes, get away without them when you are playing the ramp anyway? Typically, when you try to not play Llanowar Elves, or when you try to not play ramp pieces, you're doing it because instead of spending the deck slots on the ramp, you want to play something greedy and more fun, but you're playing the ramp anyway. And we're not even playing hipster ramp. We're playing the other good ramp anyway. We've just like we didn't go to the thrift store instead of Banana Republic. We went to Banana Republic and got pants that were the wrong size on purpose for the same price. We got to have an angle. We got to have an angle if we're going to get away with a different card. Because having it be creature, in my experience with my different pods, when wraths happen, usually it hits everything but land. So if I get fucked, I at least have lands, but I know that's a playgroup thing. Right, but I'm not saying you have no land ramp. I'm talking specifically about the lower mana slots. I think the higher mana slots can go grab lands. But like, we're playing around the turn 3 board wipe? Like, we're gonna end up with lands. You could even be sometimes you're lying to me. if you if you're playing around a turn 3 board wipe in Commander, you do not need a deck roast. You need one of these. Better, no, not BetterHelp. Fuck them. Udemy's got you. There we go. 10-day challenge. Easy. $14 per month. We can get this for you. We can get this for. It's not even, oh, my playgroup might play the turn 3 board wipe. If you as a person are moving around a turn 3 board wipe, you can't live your life like that. That's like refusing to eat food outside because you're afraid a pigeon might dive bomb you with crap. It could happen. Life will go on. And events could transpire. You can't live your life in fear like that. And there's even like Wild Growth and Utopia Sprawl get a little bit harder because I'm sure that your land base was made at 11 p.m. And so we may not have the forest density to make Utopia Sprawl work. It is a little bit pip restrictive to do Wild Growth, right? We're going green into green. But I do genuinely think it would benefit you to have more of the to have more acceleration pieces early. Oh, that's true. You could even do Arboreal Grazer. There's even like I think one of the most consistently underrated plays in Commander is playing Exploration just to drop 2 lands on turn 1. This is a like reasonable and doable thing if your deck needs to get off to the races quickly. I was saying one of the most underrated plays in Commander right now is running Exploration in your deck just to drop 2 lands on turn 1 to hit 3 mana ramp on turn 2. I really don't think we need to try to do a Broodmoth Sneak Attack pseudo combo. Yeah, you can also do Burgeoning. So anyway, I would change the 2 mana ramp. for 1 mana ramp. I would recommend creatures because they're going to benefit from all of your other creature banners. But even if you don't do it, yes, all of the 2 mana ramp. I think 2 mana ramp is not. I do not think you have a single angle to want to play 2 mana ramp. And then the 3 mana ramp can stay because that is the dream world of like, ooh, hot. I did 1 mana ramp into 3 mana ramp. And then get rid of Smothering Tithe. I think you probably get rid of Mirari's Wake. Like, if you have this much mana, you're close enough to the finish line that you can just cast Skyshroud Claim. If I'm spending 5 mana... If I'm spending 5 mana, I want it to either be something that is not going to get board wiped, or I want it to be something that's going to be much more powerful. See here, this is now 1 mana ramp. This is a dork. Look at me, I'm drawing cards. I'm making it happen. I give her Death Touch. I hit with my 2/2s. I'm drawing cards, I'm making it happen. I give her First Strike. She has First Strike and Death Touch. I'm getting my 2/2s. I'm drawing my cards. I'm making it happen. And I'm fucking double casting. I get Rhythm of the Wild as well. Bam. Commander, everything has First Strike, so that's at minimum 1 keyword. Hana has Trample, First Strike Partner. Off to the races. And that was obviously a biased as fuck include, right? But so much stuff comes together when you give yourself the ability to get started turn 1 instead of having to wait until turn 2 or turn 3. Anything on the maybe board you'd put back in. The only thing I would put back in is Beastmaster Ascension, and I would probably put that in for Mirari's Wake. This is a non-creature anthem. It is a non-creature anthem meant to help ramp you to your commander to buff your board, versus a less expensive non-creature anthem that will get you to lethal way, way faster. Is there a type of deck where you prefer 2 mana land ramp to 1 mana dorks? Off the dome, I think the situations where I would care a lot more about 2 mana land ramp is, 1, I'm in 4 or 5 colors. That is where dropping like a Llanowar elf can really keep you too tight on pips. And so that's where I'm going to begin preferring, I want 2 mana options, because 2 mana dorks and 2 mana land ramp are the options that will allow you to stay flexible on your colors. The next option is I'm playing landfall, and I need lands to hit the battlefield more than I need mana to be made. The next option would be if I was in a deck that was really commonly casting or reusing instants and sorceries. If I'm, let's pretend for a brief shining moment that we were in a totally different universe in which Azula had access to green and Nature's Lore was a fucking instant. There would be many things wrong with that world. Maybe they wouldn't have Trump like we do, but there would be many things wrong with that world. That's a situation where I would play Nature's Lore over a Mana Dork, because then, ooh, I can get 2 in combat, great. I don't really know a lot of the Teemier Spellslinger commanders because I don't play very much Teemier myself. But those are the big 3. Either I have a very wide color spread, I need landfall, or I have a way to benefit from casting a lot of instants and sorceries. What from the maybe board would I bring back in? I think it is difficult. It's difficult to argue against Thunderfoot Baloth. It's also difficult to argue against Kamal Fist of Krosa. We have the other Kamal in here, right? Oh, he just gives it as a flat banner. I would not put in Winota. I think you could consider Avacyn. What's the top of this curve look like? It's not too greedy. So, Voice of Madness and Wendy's Baconator, you're talking about 2-mana ramp is good if you have a lot of 4-drops to be able to drop something on turn 3. I would raise you, why would I not prefer 1-mana ramp to drop a 3-drop on turn 2 and then the 4-drop on turn 3 anyway? Like, that's what I mean. If we have a color problem, and that's what I talked about. If we need the pips to be really flexible, that's where 2-mana ramp starts to get really good. But if we're talking about just speed, nothing is beating playing something on turn 1. Because you can either, like, you can open yourself up to turn 1 ramp, turn 2 ramp, turn 3, play my 4-drop, have mana open for protection. That's a god hand. That's Christmas Land. But compared to turn 1 pass, turn 2 ramp, turn 3 play the raw 4-drop. Yeah, as Kairokyuta is saying, 1-mana ramp is better for ramp, 2-mana ramp is better for fixing. That's pretty universal. The truck I use to run over people who don't get off my lawn. That's pretty fucking funny. I think a Chroma's Memorial could be Eldrazi Monument. Oh wait, no. Never mind. I forgot the way a Chroma functioned. Forget that. Eldrazi Monument's still usable, but I think you have enough other stuff that you don't need it. You know what? Genuinely, fuck Esper Sentinel. You're cooler than this. You're cooler than Esper Sentinel. Don't rely on people at bracket 2 failing to pay their taxes. I've seen people spite pay for Esper Sentinel. So Esper Sentinel could die for another dork. Just wanted to say you made me a better deck builder with these streams. When I build a bad deck, I imagine you ruthlessly roasting my poor choices and then I put better cards in. I'm so glad to hear that, PDX. Thank you. Arabella, I don't think we want to do Coat of Arms or Vanquisher's Banner. I think we do want to stray away from non-creature stuff. Besides ramp, anything else you'd recommend for draw? I noticed you do not pray to a big caked up Eldrazi god, and I just want to know what's up with that. That's a little weird. Like, we were talking at the meeting, and you didn't jelk it to the freaky Eldrazi statue. It just, like, it made us all really uncomfortable. I genuinely, I don't know if you should play this. The sentence was in my head, and I wanted to say it. We have Toski already. Other good card draw. You could always give up and play the One Ring. I don't think we do Peregrine Took, no. You could do Welcoming Vampire. You have a lot of little shitheads. This is another 3 mana setup piece where you could go turn 1 Dork, turn 2 Welcoming Vampire, turn 3 Play My Guy. You could... It's never a bad idea to tempt a motherfucker with a bunny. Never a bad idea. Rite of Harmony is pretty cute. I don't like Rumor Gatherer. I think he's a bitch. He also has 2 white pips. I saw Ouroboros in White Red's deck and I wondered about him. Ouroboros would not be bad. Ouroboros is one of those, like, no exaggeration, you can just put this in every bracket 2, low bracket 3 green deck ever. Ever. Don't even think about it. Just put it in. It's stupid. It's that good. Once it's like, oh, my table's running infinite combos. Oh, we all have free counter spells. Oh, like, I have a storm player. Like, okay, calm it down a little bit. If you're in a bracket 2 table or you're, like, edging into bracket 3, every single deck. Ooh, you know, if we could poison the well with 1 more non-creature banner. What if you oozed on them? Thank you, Grand Finale, for reminding me. What could we cut for you? Finn the Fangbearer. Finn the Fangbearer could die for this. March of the World Ooze is funny as fuck. Really good with everything you're doing. You just said 2 white was too much? Yes, because all of our 1 mana dorks are probably going to make green. So our mana production is going to be biased towards green pips. We can afford multiple pips of green. We cannot afford multiple pips of red. We cannot afford multiple pips of white. Shockingly, I know. There's thoughts going on up here. I know that's just a straight right hook to the dome, but like there was processing occurring because most of what I was recommending is gonna bias us towards green. I don't think we want Garruk's, because we're kind of doing the opposite of Garruk. We're playing a bunch of little weenies that will get big later. I don't want to do porcelain gallery. Like, it is a finisher, but it's a little bit more feast or famine than the other finishers we have. I think we're good with what we have. I think the deck is better than you think. I think any issues you are having with the deck right now are probably an artifact of having to take a turn off when we don't need to. That's almost a good hand. What a shame. Okay, so we have to bottom something here. So I will bottom the moot. I draw a card. I go land. I go land. I go land. I go commander. I can turn 1 mana into 2 mana, which I don't think is enough to get Lightning Greaves down too. But I get my commander down turn 3. Turn 4. I get Sereth down. And then I can turn 1 mana into 3 mana into Kutzil. Kutzel doesn't really do a lot right now. But I get some tokens. So I have 6 mana available. That is a real goddamn shame. No, I have more mana than that available because I can untap Selvala. So by double tapping Selvala, I can get a Chroma down. And now I have a death touching board with 1 buffed creature, 2 buffed creatures who can draw me cards for Kutsil. That makes it happen. So let me, rather than saying like, here's one specific card that's going to save you, here's the game plan that's going to save you. Is I have to play Tana by turn 3. On turn 2 or turn 4, I have to play something that makes Tana a problem to block. Everything after that is gravy. And I think 1 mana dorks are a big part of that strategy. And if you need cards, play whatever the fuck you want. I genuinely don't think you need cards that badly. I think you need, but you could tempt a bitch with bunnies. You could have a secret rendezvous. You could play Humble Defector. You could play Lauren of the Third Path. But I would laser focus in on that early Tana. She's weak, okay? She's got to get to the gym early. She's got to get those fucking pull-ups in. She can't be doing this waking up at 9 a.m. shit. Ooh, Jacked Rabbit. Would that be any good? We have Toski already, but thank you, Cairo Kyuto. I don't like Yes Man. Would a card like Tribute to the World Tree be worth it? Not in my opinion. You know what? I do think Jack Rabbit could have a home here. It's a mana dump later. It's going to be a creature with power greater than its base power if we ever draw Kutsil. He looks fucking stupid, which is going to be right in line with everything else in Naya. It's perfect. So Naraki, I think you're a little bit in the sauce, but I don't think you're too deep. I think this is overall a pretty good attempt at it, and I would clean up your runway a little bit. Don't say, oh, I thought you said Jelked Rabbit. I was going to freak the fuck out. I don't think Gruff Triplets is our man here, personally. So Naraki, thank you very much for the submission. I can feel my jaw breaking down, so that's going to be where we end it for today. We still have Fun Outstanding for their makeup roast, which we will be able to get in the coming week. And Naraki, thank you for showing me this. Thank you all for being here. Let's find somebody to raid. Girls Play is live, and I see exclamation point cream me in their title, so we're going to go do that. Hit them with the bald Kai, please and thank you. Thank you all for being here. A special thank you to Carnival Asylum for doing the instant speed deck roast, but a big thank you to everybody who supported the channel. I appreciate you all so much. We will be live again tomorrow, probably doing some type of variety thing. I hope to see you all here. I hope you had a good weekend. I hope you enjoyed the show. And please remember to stay toxic. If you don't know Bald Kai, I think it's getting spammed right now. Copy paste that. Enforce it on Girls Play TV. Be nice. And I'll see you all tomorrow. YouTube, that's going to be it for us. But I will see you all tomorrow.